And hello, my sweet Netherlings. Welcome, welcome. Get on in here. It is lovely to have you. Come on, get in here. Get comfy, get cozy. We are back yet again. Hello, and look at this. It's a different shade of demon today. It's good to be back, everyone. How are you doing? How are you doing? How are you doing? Come on. What's going on? Tell me. What's up? What's happening? You doing good? You doing good? You doing your thing? The little netherling. Yes, say hello. Say hello. There's a little netherling on my shoulder now. Obviously, courtesy of Anarui Murasaki, Club Netherbrand's rigger. Heck, yes, Anarui put together another little netherling to go on my shoulder to sort of like, you know, take the one that didn't fit anymore's place. So, heck, we got the legacy netherlings for the 1.0, and now we have like the neo netherlings, the little neo shoulder netherlings. They're cute. They're part of you at this point. Like I think someone pointed out, like even during like my guest appearances at people's 3Ds, like I still bring the netherlings with me on my shoulder. Why would I not bring the netherlings with me? If they're on my shoulder, they need to be brought. You guys come everywhere with me. That's like the rules. That's the rules. That's the rules. It's the way it works. I still get surprised by the model's handsomeness. Look at it. I'm so happy. This is like how we are now. And how are you doing? How are you doing? Is it like good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, maybe even? It's, wherever you are. Welcome in. It's good to have you back at the club, of course. And I am absolutely delighted to get to have like our first proper stream. What, second proper stream? I don't know. It all counts to me either way. I love it. I love it either way. And Mafia Gravity, thank you for the 9 months. 9 months and I'm still here. Love you so much. Zanny, I bought your new outfit stand. And what's even better is it's my birthday today. Hey, happy birthday, Mafia Gravity. Happy birthday. I hope you have a wonderful day. Hope the coming year is filled with beautiful things. And of course, I hope the little Zanny stand is able to keep you company for the year ahead. Heck yes. I heard Netherlings as Neverland and got it confused for a bit. Oh no, don't worry. That happens sometimes on Twitter. Sometimes I'll have people posting about the Netherlands under my tags. I saw, what was it? I saw, what was it? Was it the football or like tourism or both? It was like, it was one of those. It was like, I think the tourist board of the Netherlands tried to use Netherbrand like one time. And like tried to say like, oh, come visit us this summer in Netherbrand, and I'm like, bitch, step off my tag. We fought Beetlejuice the musical for Netherlings. I will fight I'll fight the Dutch. I could do that. I could do that. I don't think the Dutch. What have the Dutch ever done? Huh? Made like shoes? Nah, I'll fight you in your fucking clogs. Let's go. I'll fight the Dutch. That's actually how we got the Netherlings tag. There's lore here, but there was a defunct musical from like 4 or 5 years ago now that was like, you already beat Mary. What did I do? Oh yeah, true. Oh yeah, Mary. I keep forgetting he's like Danish. Mary's Danish. I keep forgetting that he's like that, and not just, you know, Timu British. But either way, it's there. Did I start international warfare? You know what? It was inevitable. And Sarah, thank you for the super. Morning, Zander. Good to see your 2.0 outfit. You sexy Incubus. Brackets, hot. Anyway, have a great day. Much love. Anyway, thank you very much, darling. Have a wonderful day. Mwah. And also from pre-chat, Murmur, welcome to the Netherbranded. Welcome in. Get in here, get comfy and get cozy. And hey, Lily, thank you as well for joining the Netherbranded. Let's go. Get in here. We got some fresh ASMR, and I'm recording a bundle of new ASMR this month as well to make up for the fact that I didn't do as much as I wanted to do last month on the Membies. So what I'm going to do this coming week is I'm taking Monday as like a recording day, and I'm going to do a batch record, hopefully, and get like a bunch that I can pump out to you in, you know, in a period of time, which should be good. And Celine, welcome to the Netherbrand as well. Thank you for 1 month. Hi, Zander and the Netherlings. Happy to be here a month with plans to stay longer. Such a delightful community. Oh, why, thank you. Get in here. Get cozy. It's going to be a really cozy place, of course. And heck, we're going to have a lot of fun. We've had the whole 2.0 thing. We've got more events coming up. We've got more fun things. I love this. I love this. I love the new little look. I don't know. I'm never gonna get tired of like taking my jacket off, or like, you know, or like ditching my vest, or I don't know, dropping my little chains. You know, I'll never get tired of like taking off some layers or like getting them back. It's so good. I love it. Like off, on. And of course, Cinnamon, thank you for the 1 month. So excited for Touchstarved. Also, your 2.0 is gorgeous. Why, thank you, darling. And yes, I'm in love with the 2.0. And Touchstarved is a game that is like so close to me. I love it so much. I am like, oh goodness, how do I put this? Touchstarved was a game I played for the first time just after I debuted. So now, 1 year later, having just done my 2.0, and also wanting to like do some voice acting stuff to celebrate with everyone, it feels really like the appropriate game for us all to play. And also they just got their update, their 2.0 update as well. So I got 2.0'd, Touchstarved, the demo got 2.0'd. So now we're like 4.0 together. And Feline Fortuna, Meowdy Feline Fortuna, thank you for the 11 months, almost 1 year, let's go. Happy 11 months. I didn't think you could be more delectable, but your fit and room is gorgeous. I love the change up. I love the fact that I can just like pop my wing out whenever I need. I love that the wing goes with everything. Yeah, no, there's so much good stuff here. Whether it's here, whether it's there, whether it's a step closer to me than you realize. You know, there's so much that we can do together now. And I've been longing for this. I've been like, when I say that I was like trying to push the dates forward for all of this, and I had to be told to like keep it where it was, you understand why now. Like Oh goodness. But also I was catching up on like all of the Twitter happenings from like the 2.0 as well. I'm so glad that so many people like liked it and were like into the whole new thing. I'm really glad. It was definitely like a departure from form, and I'm really happy that everyone was so overwhelmingly positive about it. Yeah, I'm absolutely glowing in regards to this. It's a huge thing. The rigging is a huge step up from the 1.0. Oh yeah, no, it's a world of difference, you know, so much. And thank you for the super. Evening, Zanny. Important question. Who's your eye candy in Touchstarved? Touchstarved. And why? Wait, Touchstarved, right? Yeah, Touchstarved. Yes, Stargazed. I'm like, Touchstargazed? You trying to get me to touch Uki? Like, you trying to get me to touch the little stargazer over there? Well, what are you trying to do? I know I've got a new outfit, but like, come on. Let's try and hold the Psycuborg back a little bit. Oh goodness. No, my Via. I like Via. Via is my eye candy. I want Via to hurt me really badly. Really badly. I love Via. I love Via so much. You know, I love, like, I don't know, maybe it's boys with animal features, but I love the look. Like a little, like, animal features are such a huge win for me. Of course you love that one, but you're gonna see just how I react as we go through. It's gonna be fun getting to see just how wild things get. I'm actually really looking forward to, like, let me jacket off. This feels like a jacket off stream. This feels like a jacket off stream for sure. No, I'm really excited to see, like, how things go. Obviously I like Leander as well. Leander's like one of my favorites. He's nice. You know, I feel like Via if I could, well, also Ice as well. Ice is great. The problem is there's too many guys that I'm like, oh, they're all in the running, because like Via gets points off of aesthetic and being a sadist, right? Leander is like, well, Leander's Leander, you know, like he's great. And speaking of, Nanari04, thank you very, very much for the super. I was having a bad day these past 2 days. Thank you for making me laugh today, Zander and the Netherlings. Oh, heck yes, get on in here. Get on in here. I'm happy I'm able to make you laugh. That's the goal. If I'm able to make you laugh, I'll give you like some warm fuzzies, or kind of make it feel like you're, you know, like there's someone excited waiting for you after a long day at work when you come in through the door. Then that's like the end goal. That's always going to be the end goal for me. And yeah, that's not changed. It's always going to be the goal. So heck, get comfy, get cozy, because, you know, careful that the sheep palm might not let you go. They might not. I saw, is it just me, or are like the Netherling waves when people like say, hi, I'm a new Netherling, can I, looking for friends, are they getting bigger? I think the waves are getting bigger. I looked on Twitter and like, I saw someone with like 400 likes and like 60 comments saying like, oh, I'm looking for new Netherlings. I'm like, y'all, is this a trend? The waves have steadily become bigger. We absolutely do not have a launch bay. I'm like, what is that? We're a little silly. Yeah, they do a little silly. Yeah, everyone's... It's almost like people don't believe it until it happens to them. They're like, oh, tee-hee, let's see if I can do this. Looking for Netherling moots. Oh no, it actually happened. Oh, wait. I thought this was a joke. I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a meme. I thought this was a meme. You know, like, it's that. Mm-hmm. I really should require more friends. Honestly, go for it. But yeah, back to Touchstarved. So Leander's great. Leander's Leander. Again, he's like, I think he was like a little deceptive or something. I can't remember why. Something gave me like red flags about Leander at some point. But like, you know, it is what it is with him. And Ice, yeah, no, give me more of Ice. Give me more. I needed to see more before I could make a proper judgment. But also, I want to see Ice and Via like grab each other and like fight horizontally and then kiss. And Diana, thank you for the super, Diana. Buenos dias, Zanny. A year ago today, I saw a Gold Lust clip. I hadn't seen much of you then, so I let curiosity take me. I did not expect a British diva, LMAO. One of two. Oh, is it your anniversary of stumbling in here? Wait, it is! My goodness, Diana, thank you again for the super. I was instantly charmed by the dynamic, but most importantly, of you. I had wanted to leave the VTuber scene at this time, but I found myself catching you up on your streams / clips. I'm so happy to be here and have you as a Kamiyoshi. Honestly, I get that, Diana. I think that one of the... I don't know whether or not it's a fortunate or unfortunate pattern, but it seems like whenever, you know, something is happening in the overarching VTubing sphere that maybe necessarily might not be as amazing for people as a whole, there's always like something good happening or something cheerful or something flashy happening either at FSP or in the club or something like that. And I suppose it's just a nice way to be like, hey, even if things aren't amazing overall right now, or like the communities are struggling, then at least there's still like a little pop of joy that can be found, you know? And I think that that's something that like really matters on some level. Whether it's getting to all get together and like celebrate a 2.0, whether it's the fact that like, you know, because a year ago I would have been still baby. I would have still been baby, you know, fresh out the gate. It would have been that, or like get together for songs or something. And, you know, it's one of those situations where if I could plan things out, I would keep trying to do stuff whenever things weren't great, just to cheer people up, you know? One of the times that I felt the proudest is whenever I say something silly and people laugh if they're going through a bad time or a rough time. That's why I dropped the little Bembi's ASMR when I did, or something like that. It's getting to do little things, I guess, to maybe make people crack a smile when things aren't going amazing. And it's almost like, it's like if someone can crack a smile for that little moment when things aren't going amazing, then it suddenly takes a little bit of the weight off, just for a while, you know? That's my perspective anyway. Hee goodness. So yeah, no, that's the vibe, the aesthetic, as it were. There's always a drop of sunlight somewhere. Yeah, exactly. You know, I think a lot of needed something cute, and that ASMR delivered. Bruh, some of y'all are still posting. So, hey, there's Lala. Hey, what's up, Love is Scar? Thank you for the 4 months. Hope you'll have a great time with Touchstarved 2.0. That's the artist that did the thumbnail. Look, everyone, it's the thumbnail artist. Everyone, wave hello to the thumbnail artist. Hi, thumbnail artist. Hi there. Thank you very much for the lovely thumbnail. I know it's been like the second time. It's the second time I'm using it, but like I figured it would be a fun throwback from like the first time I did Touchstarved. You know, because it's like. All the way from like back, which is nice because heck, I'm not baby Zanny anymore. I'm grown up Zanny. I'm grown. I'm huge. I'm there. I'm beefy. I'm slightly wider than I was as well now because I got like they made me wider. They made me wider and gave me bigger booba, which is great. That's a huge win. I mean, look at, not even gonna lie though, look how good I look in the jacket now. Like, oh, look at that. That is like, I got twonked. I got fully twonked. The booba is so good now. My goodness. But of course, thank you all very, very much. Mwah. There you go. Get one of those. Get a mwah. Get mwad. The jacket's so fat, right? I love the little pins. I was like, the pins were just so perfect. Perfectly perfect. And Nano, thank you for the 1 year. Zanny, your model looks like an uke after time skip and becoming more beautiful. Wait, I love this. Wait, I'm gonna read this slowly because I like this. Your model looks like an uke after time skip, becoming more beautiful after being ditched by a seme or being with the right person. Yes. Okay, that's like so snatched. Okay, I love that. I want to say like ditched by like seme the same age. Gets like a little bit of a time skip. Gets a little older and punkier. And starts going for older semes. That's it. Like, I feel like that's the vibe. Like heartbroken. This is like a heartbroken glow up, you know? I like the heartbroken glow up on this. It works, you know? And Shin, welcome to the Netherbrand. Welcome in. Let's go. 4 year time skip. When I showed Fu-chan was like, sex. Like, okay, so I'm not even gonna lie. Fu-chan turned up at like the 2.0 and was like in chat, but like my guy had already seen. I'd already shown him like a few days before, and he was like, sex. That's sex. I want, like, my guy didn't need to yell about the sex in the chat. He'd already seen it, but he was like, no, I gotta just turn up and start yelling sex. I'm like, sure. Sure, I love that about him. My guy was just down to go. It sounds like no, he was correct. So the older man it was not just an example. Listen, what can I say? Like, older cyborgs, they're great. Nah, he was right. Well, you know, like, first of all, fantastic taste. You know, like, fantastic. Bro said old man segs. Segs. The old man segs. Goodness. No, the OMS is like vibes. The OMS is vibes. And Michael B. Jordan. Hey, Michael B. Jordan, let's go. Heck yes. OMG, you look so good. What the hell? Happy 4 months. Hey, why, thank you very, very much. I'm feeling good, you know? It's a nice aesthetic to go for. I love the glow up. It really fits me. I just need to figure out, like, how to make the most of the look now. I feel so glowed up. I need to figure out what I'm doing with it all, you know? Like, I love getting to see all of this. It just makes me feel good. I don't know. It's one of those times where I want to stream even more now because I'm able to be like, oh. You know? It gets me like, all hyped up. All right, but on that note, what do you guys say we head on over and think about doing some Touchstarved? What do you think? I have been wanting to hop back on this for a little while, so what do you say we head on over? And of course, the same rule as always applies. I'll be voicing all of the characters as we go, so, you know, we'll see if I've still got the magic touch like I did before. We'll see. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Maybe it's somewhere in between, but let me just set up the capture and I'll be ready to glide and slide our way on over. There we go, perfect. All right. Get over here, Netherlings. Get over here. Get over here. Do you remember the voices you used? It's a journey of discovery. It's a journey of discovery, everyone. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll get the old ones back. Maybe they'll get new ones. My voice has changed a little bit in the last year and a bit, so we'll see. But either way, welcome to Touchstarved. Let me slip my jacket off. There we go. And I'll take a little half step to the side as well, just to keep the area clearer. There we go. So with that, hello VOD gang, and welcome to Touchstarved. Touchstarved has just received its 2.0 update for anyone who wants to know. And of course, that new update includes new backgrounds to play through the story, giving new dialogue choices, new branching paths, and new options, alongside additional interactions with all of the characters, lengthened scenes, and also different endings to the entirety of this demo. That means that there are going to be additional interactions with the character at the final end scenes, and also different branches that are going to come throughout. So the entire demo has been somewhat expanded and also had more context added to it. Some scenes have been changed and remixed slightly, other scenes have been expanded upon, and some of them have even had their entire tonal beats changed somewhat. So if that sounds like something that you're into seeing and might be excited to get an experience with, then that is what we will go for. That sounded really professional, right? Did that not sound so professional? Oh my, wait, that sounded like so slick, wait. Let's go. Disclaimers. Streamers and content creators should set the music volume to 0 in order to disable copyrighted music. This is a demo of the Touchstarved prologue and not the finished product. Thank you. Joke's on you. We don't care about ad revenue here. Let them copyright claim it. Content warning. Touchstarved is intended for an older audience. It contains mature content that includes, but is not limited to, horror, graphic violence, strong language, alcohol and drug references, injury, and dismemberment. Player discretion is advised. If you accept the content warning, please click to proceed. In Touchstarved, your choices matter. The decisions you make may result in unique dialogue, interactions, or even choices in red text which contain exclusive content. Try playing through the demo more than once and choosing different options. You might even uncover a secret ending. And remember, there are no wrong choices, only interesting ones. Choose wisely and save often. And not a psycho. Thank you for the super. Excuse me while I... Okay, I'm good now. Controls. Left click to progress text. Mouse wheel up to rewind text and dialogue. Mouse wheel down to progress text and dialogue. Spacebar hides the UI. Enter your name. Let's go with Zander. Choose your pronouns. Oh. Ooh. I'll go with the he, him. And of course, what I'll do is I'll actually take the chance to shuffle myself a little bit over to the side a bit, and I'll make it so that I'm here. I'm not going to be completely out of the way just because of the fact that, you know, I'm going to be reading this stuff, but, you know, over a bit to the right. And I'll nudge the volume just a tiny bit upwards as well while I got the chance. There you go. How's that? It all started with fogfall. Spectral mist bled from where the seams in reality wore so thin, it split. And from that fog, monsters emerged, inhuman beings with unnatural powers. Some possessed language and intellect, others were mindless beasts, driven by little more than bloodshed. As unrest spread and cities fell, humans cowered in fear while monsters thrived and amid the chaos. And then, there's you. You didn't know what you are. But one terrible truth is certain. You were born cursed, with hands that alter the minds of those you touch. Choose your backstory. Oh, alright. Okay, so, some of you might know this. However, one of these paths is new and has been completely rewritten with the 2.0 demo. So, the Unnamed is one from the previous game. They haven't touched that. The Alchemist is also the other one that they haven't touched. But the one that they have completely redone is the Exile. The Exile. Now, I don't know about all of you, but I'm feeling pretty... if we've got some new content here that no one's seen before, I'm gonna touch the new content no one's seen before, right? Also, how's the volume, everyone? We got it at a nice level, or do you want to nudge it downwards a tiny bit? How we feeling in regards to that? How we feeling? Just want to make sure that it's not quite overpowering me, you know? Sounds good? All good? Wonderful. Okay, perfect. I wanted to double check, because, like, you know how it goes. There we go. The Exile. And not softer? Okay, we'll just give it a tiny, I'll do like a tiny notch. Just a tiny, like a tiny little baby notch. There we go. The Exile. You were exiled to a life far away from civilization. Your only kinship was with an elderly hermit who taught you how to survive in the wild. He lost his life in search for cure for you, but left you with the final lead to pursue the cenobium. You're a seasoned survivalist, well-versed in deciphering soulless behaviors. You've gained fluency in various languages and an uncanny intuition for detecting danger. Okay. I like that. If I was playing this for, like, the full playthrough, I'm not sure what I would go for, because all three of these options are really good. The Unnamed, you were raised as an oracle in a remote temple. The priest claimed your touch bestowed enlightenment, but a visiting mage revealed your curse for what it is. Spurred on by the mage's word, you fled in search of the cenobium. You regularly experience unnatural premonitions that rattle your body and soul. An intimate sixth sense gives you a heightened awareness of various supernatural presences. Or the Alchemist, an exiled cenobian mage took you in as a child, raising you as her apprentice. She seems to have taken pity on your curse, but you discovered that she was cultivating you as a test subject. You fled to the cenobium, seeking a cure. You're an experienced spellcaster with an encyclopedic knowledge of alchemy, spellcraft, and history. With a little observation, you can identify the subtle effects of magic. No, the Exile kind of fucks. The Exile kind of fucks. I choose you. Exile. Your name is Zander. You selected he, him pronouns. Your backstory is the Exile. Is this correct? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is. Yes. Yes. All right, Netherlings. Come with me. I am the Exile with my pack of Netherlings at my back. The wasteland stretches as far as the eye can see. There's nothing out here but death, the ever-present stench of decay, and the countless sun-bleached bones cast like seeds across the barren land. I could say death doesn't scare me, but honestly, I'm desperate. It's been 2 weeks since I last joined a caravan bound across the wastes. Finding a group that would accept me was a trial in itself. I can hide my hands and deflect probing questions. But sooner or later, people always suspect something strange about me. As rations grew sparce and canteens ran dry, tensions rose. Despair began to set in. Until I saw it. Aridia, the city of knowledge, one of the last bastions of humanity left in the world and home to the famous academy called the Cenobium. All the world's knowledge gathered in one place. If there's anywhere that will find a cure for my curse, it's there. All that stands between me and a new life is that final stretch of salt-soaked wastes. Or, I think until the first tendrils of fog snake beneath the wagon. Oh. Is this fogfall? My stomach sinks at the very whisper of it. A silent storm more devastating than fire. Dangerous in cities, but a death sentence beyond them. A thick blanket of fog engulfs us, snuffing out lantern light. The wagon lurches to a stop. An eerie silence, heavy as the mist falls over us. The only warning we get is a strangled scream. Stay back! No! The cry dissolves into wet gurgling. Ah! Here we go. Here we go. Then, the wagon violently pitches to the side. I hit the ground hard, air punched from my lungs. When I open my eyes, adrenaline lends suddenly. Awful clarity to the carnage around me. A trader I once shared bread with lies face down in the mud, their back reduced to long strips of torn muscle, gleaming gristle and exposed bone. Bodies litter the wastes. I try to rise, but my ankle explodes with pain so blinding, white blooms across my vision. Only when my eyes finally adjust do I see the dark shape before me. A Soulless stoops over the twisted form of a caravaneer. I freeze, but it swivels its head. A dozen bulging eyes twitch in my direction and blink one by one. In that moment, I sense its gnawing hunger, an emptiness that cannot be filled, no matter how much blood and flesh it consumes. The Soulless lets out an ear-piercing shriek and charges me. I instinctively duck to the side, then the beast barrels past, vanishing into the mist. A horse screams in the distance. I need to move now. They have updated the Soulless. That looks different. That looks different, I swear. They've changed the color palette, I think, or they've made the colors more vibrant. If the Soulless finds another victim, it won't be focused on me. At least, not right away. Head for the wagon. Our ankle's fucked up. We're not going to be able to run. Head to the wagon. Is this a horror visual novel? Fuck yes it is. Fuck yes it is. I take cover behind the wagon, where the air is thick like greasy smoke. Fire eats through the gaping hull, splintered where lantern oil mixes with brackish water. Every person I see is dead or dying except one. Lord Mother, forgive my sins. Guide us onto your hearth. We are worthy. We are worthy. The traveller grovels beneath the flames, his hands clasped above his head in fervent prayer. I glance upwards towards the grisly lights of the gaudy lights of Aridia, just visible where the fog runs thinnest. I don't pray, but the side of the city is all the reminder I need. I came too far to die here. Rapid footsteps echo all around me. I turn in circles, frantically searching the opaque mist for the source. The fog ball twists and stretches sound. Suddenly, the caravan driver bursts forth through the fog. Our eyes meet. Too late. He knocks me to the ground and slips a patch of mud. The Soulless instantly falls on him. It catches the driver by his throat and rakes his stomach with razor-sharp claws. He comes apart like wet paper, spilling intestines and viscera over the streaming tide. Fighting the urge to heave, I claw frantically through the slippery muck for a handhold. Shit. My hand catches on the jagged edge of a rib jutting from the water. Bandages unfurl at the gouge torn deep into my palm. But the pain is quickly forgotten when a hand closes around my wrist. Can you stand? The praying traveler leans over me. We need to run. They reach for my hand. And I realize too late. My bandages have come undone. No, don't touch me! The sensation of their thumb brushing the back of my hand sends a shiver down my spine. All it takes is one touch. And in the space of a breath, my curse takes hold. Their lips peel back in a deranged grin. No. I've seen this face countless times before. This is my curse. Madness of my own making. Their grip on my hand tightens until pain radiates from my knuckles. Let me go! Suddenly, clammy hands crush my throat, choking off my breath. Die, 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 die! Spit bubbles at the corners of their mouth and flecks my face. The edges of my vision darken as my lungs shriek for air. Fight them off, fight them off. My nails gouge deeper into the traveler's wrist, but no matter how much blood I draw, they don't flinch. The more I struggle, the tighter their grip grows. My pulse hammers in my ears, slowing each thudding beat. This can't be happening. I'm going to die. And not because of the fogfall or the soulless, but because of my curse. Tears sting my eyes. No, 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 not here. Not like this. But then, their hands drop from my neck, leaving me wheezing for air. My lungs burn with each ragged cough. My vision clears, and the traveler's face takes shape. Hovering inches from mine, lips still split in that macabre smile, even as blood seeps from between their teeth. They give one last shuddering breath, and then slump over at the claws hooked through their stomach. The Soulless shoves the body aside. Its glowing eyes narrow as though it's grinning. There's a flash of claws, red spills across my vision. I thought there'd be pain, but as I slink into the murky water, all I can feel is the grit of silt filling my mouth and the icy embrace of the shallow water. I spot an arm resting on an outcrop of reeds. Mine, neatly severed at the elbow. It should have taken both arms. Without them, maybe I could have survived. Maybe I could have had a home. Instead, I'll die, cold and alone in a desolate wasteland. A fitting end for a monstrosity like me. If this is death, it's not as bad as I feared. The cold is gone, as is the choking stench of bog water. I will never, ever, ever... Like, that intro is so polished. Incredible, right? I could drift forever, cocooned in oblivion, until all thought and sensation vanished. No curse. Nobody howling at me in madness and terror. Nothing at all. The thought has a terrible appeal to it. But as I take a reflective breath, the air pours into my lungs, and out again, in a ragged gasp. Feeling comes flooding back. Warm cloth on my bare skin. A firm surface underneath me. A strange tang of sulphur in the air. Don't be afraid. Oh. I twist my head towards the voice. Tears flood my bleary eyes at the bright glow of lamplight. Try not to move. The voice is calm, steady, and commanding. But more importantly, it's a stranger's voice. One thought cuts through my mental fog. I have no idea who this is, and I'm completely at their mercy. Stay away from me. My words come out as little more than a creaky whisper. I clamp my mouth shut, hating how weak and helpless I sound. No. No. Who the hell is this? We'll lie back down. Relax. No, we'll sit up. I'm sitting up. I manage to push myself up on one elbow, but my head swims and my surroundings give an alarming lurch. Nah, a stubborn patient. I don't have the strength to dignify that with a response. Instead, I pull the sheet up higher and wipe my eyes until my vision clears. The stranger towers over my prone form. Warm light lines his pristine medical coat. I instinctively shrink back, and that's when I realize I'm completely naked, except for a thin linen sheet. Okay. 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 Naked. Lying on a low coat, with a pair of sharp golden eyes watching my every move. The man's gaze flickers to my exposed, unbandaged hands. My hands? Plural? I plunge my hands under the sheets, though it's too late. He must have noticed what they look like. Strange. Cursed. Inhuman. I brace myself for his inevitable disgust. But his courteous smile lingers. He just watches in placid silence as I struggle to make sense of my surroundings. Where am I? Who are you? Be calm. You are safe here. Whoever this is, he clearly has no idea who or what I am. I suppose the old hermit protected me as best he could, but that time was short-lived, a lonely reprieve, shattered by his death. I've never felt safe anywhere, or with anyone since. I scowl, pulling the sheet protectively around myself. Where are my clothes? Yeah, where are my clothes, good sir? Where are my clothes? His hair is longer than it was before. Did they make his hair longer? I get a 2.0 with my hair longer, and he gets a 2.0 with his hair longer. It's not a one-upmanship game, okay, sir? The man's golden eyes narrow slightly. A sharp sigh rustles the papers in his hands. I see you're not to be dissuaded. Your clothes were torn to shreds when I found you, but I procured replacements. With a soft creak, he rises from his chair, giving a better view of my surroundings. This looks like a medical clinic. Bottles of silvery alchemical concoctions line the counters in neat rows. The air makes my nose twitch, a faint whiff of smoke, and something distinctly metallic. The doctor produces a large, dense bundle of cloth, which he sets at the foot of my cot. He's clearly a head taller than most, and I have to crane my neck to look at him. No, I don't. No, I'm the short one. Oh, no. Oh, I'm not used to this. Oh, no. I have to look up at him. Oh, I have to be like, hi. Hi, Mr. Man. Oh, no. Thank you. I guess. I should be polite if I can, especially since I don't know who this is, what he can do, or what he wants with me. Thank you. You are very welcome. I will leave you to get dressed. With a curt nod, he leaves through the narrow door. Katie, Club Netherbrand's president Hamster, thank you for the super. Haha, short. Hush. I hear a soft click as the lock turns behind him. When I don't hear any more footsteps, I reach for the bundle of clothes. An itch on my elbow stops me short. I reach down absently to rub it at it, and my fingers freeze when they meet a neat line of stitches. Roscoe Graves reference? I know what I saw. That beast took my arm clean off, and yet the limb shows no sign of injury apart from the black stitches poking through my skin. I gingerly flex my fingers, feeling my heart race at the sensation. It's impossible. I should be dead, or at the very least, gasping out my last breaths. I squeeze my eyes shut, waiting for the pleasant dream to unravel, to wake and find myself bleeding out in a swamp. But nothing happens. The seconds tick by and my arm remains resolutely healed. My surroundings pristine and quiet. Now you are a cripple. I thank you, Shadow Aisha. In numb disbelief, I grab the replacement clothes and begin stiffly pulling on them. They're thicker and warmer than mine were, bundled with a black woolen cloak. But there is one thing still missing. My bandages. The doctor didn't leave me with any, though I know he saw my hands. I slide off the bed and take a few unsteady steps towards the drawers. If this is indeed a doctor's clinic, there must be bandages somewhere. I start opening the drawers at random, and of course that's when the door swings open. You're looking for something? I whirl about, clutching a thick roll of clean bandages. I try and step back from him, but my legs bump up against the cot. Your caution is understandable, though if I meant you any harm, you would know. That doesn't make me feel better in the slightest, but he makes no move towards me, so I quickly wind the bandages around my hands. The glowing scars and mottled skin disappear under a layer of clean, white cotton. May I ask why you need additional bandages? I can help if you tell me what ails you. I doubt it. Traveling to Aridia was a gamble born of desperation rather than hope. Aridia. Traveling to Aridia was a gamble born of desperation rather than hope. Nothing has come close to curing my curse. And yet, my left arm twitches. The arm that was severed before my very eyes. The doctor's unblinking gaze follows my every move. It's clear he won't drop this without some sort of answer. The bandages protect me, and they warn others to stay away. I tried every way of covering my hands, and this works best. Most people avoid touching me as soon as they see the bandages. An illness, then? Or a less mundane affliction, spread by contact? I flinch. He doesn't sound surprised, and that's far too close to the truth for comfort. Glare at him. Glare at him. How dare you read me like this, sir? He's reading us far too well. Listen, I appreciate your help, sir, but at the same time, if I want to tell you something, I'll tell you it. I fix him with the coldest glare I can muster, yet serenely, he holds my gaze. I am not easily intimidated. Oh. Oh no. Well, there goes all of my weapons in this. Damn it. He's a pretty man who's like a foot taller than us. Who treats us with a level of cold indifference. And then just goes, I'm not easily intimidated. Damn it. I hastily break eye contact, but he says nothing more, At least he doesn't seem angry. I shake my head. I need to know more about this doctor before he figures me out. Who are you? You may call me Kuras. And where exactly am I? Aridia, which I assume was your caravan's destination. I can think of nowhere else for a group of travelers to go. Aridia. So I made my way to the City of Knowledge after all. I should feel relieved, but all I can manage is a vague sense of increasing unease. How did I end up here? I brought you to my clinic, of course. You were the only one survivor from the caravan. Barely clinging to life. You needed immediate treatment. Which you provided? Yes. He says it so simply, as if I'm a small child, and he's explaining basic addition to me. I frown and flex the fingers on my recently healed arm. Aside from being a bit stiff, it feels fine. Thoroughly attached to me. You're saying that you stitched my arm back on? Pardon? A Soulless attacked the caravan. It ripped everyone to shreds. It tore my arm clean off. But when I woke up here, healing such a mortal wound should be impossible. Either this man is lying, or he is in a possession of power beyond that of mortals. Neither option is particularly comforting to me. The doctor, Kuras, pinches the bridge of his nose. He sits back down in his chair, quiet, for a long time. I do not know where you come from, but Aridia is the city of knowledge and deadly secrets alike. Information is power, and one should not give or receive it freely. Since you refuse to divulge your secrets, I will not divulge mine. I do not even know your name. You are new to Aridia, so I will overlook this specific breach of etiquette. Do not expect others to extend the same courtesy. Do you understand? He glances at my freshly bandaged hands. Loath though I am to admit it, he has a point. I'm a complete stranger to him, yet he saved my life. I take a deep, steadying breath. This time when I speak, I sound a bit more like myself. Zander. My name is Zander. It is a pleasure to meet you, Zander. There's a little more warmth in his smile, his polite demeanor back in an instant. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Ah. Oh. What are we thinking, everyone? Kuras seems I'm kind of hesitant to trust the first person we meet when we wake up. But at the same time, Kuras does seem really sweet. Or at least, he hasn't done anything bad to us, which I feel like is more than can be asked for in like most in these fantasy scenarios, you know? He's so pretty, right? He did fix us up, so we should at least thank him. Yeah, thank you for saving me. Thank you for saving my life. I chance a smile in return. Even if he won't explain how he did the impossible, there's no doubt in my mind that I'd be dead if not for Kuras. Think nothing of it. I'm not sure if he's just being excessively courteous, but his words only raise more urgent questions. I have to ask, why did you save me? You don't even know me. The question seems to startle Kuras. I could hardly leave you to die in the wastes. Assisting those in need is the very essence of a doctor's duty. I've never met a doctor who also handed out free clothes. My fingers find the edge of the cloak. There's a subtle but delicate embroidered pattern on the hem. I try not to think about what price Kuras might demand for such well-made clothes. No, I suppose not. Forgive my presumption. I rarely come across such a fascinating patient. I blink. What did he just say? He likes us. He likes us. I simply mean that few would cling to life so resolutely or brave such a perilous journey to Aridia. I could not help but being curious about you, Zander. His voice dips to a soft murmur, and he looks abruptly away from me. Oh, you're pretty curious yourself. I'm just gonna sip my coffee. This 6'6" giant. You're pretty curious yourself. Am I? Well, I haven't forgotten about my arm. I wiggle my intact fingers at him. Oh, clearly not. But you haven't asked me for any payment either. I require none from you. Travelers do not have an abundance of coin, and leaving you destitute in a strange place would be unethical. I fall... Oh, he's a good person as well. Oh no. I fall silent, unsure of what to say. Nobody would help a horror like me for free. There has to be some kind of catch or trick, right? A loud knock at the front door stops our conversation cold, and spares me from having to say anything else. Duty calls. Unfortunately, you are not my only patient today. The knocking grows more insistent, and Kuras lets out a tired sigh. Please wait. Though he says it quietly, the clamour on the other side of the door abruptly stops. Do you need anything before you leave, Zander? Oh, between the Soulless attack and my miraculous survival, I'd almost forgotten about why I came to Aridia. I need directions to the Cenobium. The Cenobium? The look on his face is downright chilling. He pauses, choosing his words with cold deliberation when he speaks again. Whatever you seek, it is very unlikely you will find it there. The Cenobium's gates are open for precious few visitors, and even if they opened for you, you would not like what you found inside. My heart sinks. Is he saying I came all this way for nothing, risked life and limb for nothing? No, that can't be. I've only just arrived. And Aridia is the largest city still standing. There has to be a cure for me here. Then, if not the Cenobium, then what would you suggest? Do you know anyone else in Aridia? I shake my head. Then I suggest a local guide. Head to the Wetwick and ask for Leander, the leader of the Adderstone. Excuse me, the what? The Wetwick. He sounds deeply unamused. Follow the Adderstone postings. They're difficult to miss. When you meet Leander, tell him I sent you. That isn't much to go on, but Kuras points towards the back door. You will be safe so long as you do not draw attention to yourself. That's easier said than done. I've always been a magnet. Oh, that's easier said than done. I've always been a magnet for the worst sort of attention. If you require my assistance, you may return whenever you wish. I don't want to leave! Though he's smiling, there is a note of finality in his voice, resigned to my dismissal. I slip out the back door. That's such a... And we're just out in the city. That's our thing. We're just out in the wild now. This man. Alright. I find myself standing in a narrow and rather gloomy alleyway. I pull the new cloak over my nose, stepping over the contents of an empty chamber pot. Something weighs heavily inside one of the coat's pockets. My coin purse. Every last coin I'd scraped together for that journey through Aridia is still inside. The purse doesn't even look like it was opened. And there were so few coins to begin with. They probably weren't even worth stealing. I glanced back at the clinic's closed door. Kuras didn't take any payment. He didn't even ask for a future favor. But he also said that Aridia's secrets are power. Does he expect me to give up mine at some point? That's not exactly a comforting thought. Yet still, no matter why he did it, Kuras gave me a second chance, and a lead on wherever I might find help. I'd better get going before he changes his mind. I squeeze out of the alleyway and into the crowded main street. The line outside Kuras' clinic stretches down the road. Two thin peddlers queue alongside the weathered elders. If any place was in desperate need of a free clinic, it was this one. The cobblestones are treacherously rough under my feet, deep grooves worn between them by regular flooding and decades of hard use. I knew Aridia was a river city, but I didn't expect it to look so eroded. The buildings are tired and dilapidated, all crammed together in a narrow street. A child darts by, clutching something greasy wrapped in paper. The smell of fried food drifts over to me, and my stomach gives a faint gurgle. Oh, this morning's catch! Fried up, hot and fresh. Not too many eyeballs today. Fog-mutated catches are always a gamble, but beggars can't be choosers. I duck under the stall's grubby awning. A large fish leers up at me, its three bulging eyes still visible through the thick layer of crispy batter. The vendor gives me a gap-toothed grin. And what's the cheapest thing we've got? The vendor points at a metal basket of what looks like long strips of savory fried dough. Fresh long, lads, 3 copper apiece. Don't burn your mouth. I take the coins out, counting them gingerly. At this rate, I might not even be able to afford dinner. Reluctantly, I drop the payment on the counter and take my meal. Okay, but fried dough is kind of good, though. Like, okay, fried dough's kind of good, though. Not gonna lie. 3 copper sounds like a steal to me. Like little strips of fried dough. I mean, yeah, sure. Nutritionally, they're kind of trash, but also, fried dough's kind of great. You know? Two streets later. Comfort food, exactly. No, I missed Leander. No, you didn't. You're all good. You arrived just in time. Don't worry. We haven't got to Leander yet. We're literally we just met Kuras. 2 streets later. I pass under a wrought iron archway adorned with dangling garlands of red and pink lilies. The buildings in this quarter are a dizzying riot of colour, painted walls and tinted glass everywhere I look. Sheer red and pink curtains flutter in open doorways. Musical voices call out invitingly. Incense mingles with the pungent scent of flowers, barely covering the salt and musk of warm bodies. This must be Aridia's entertainment district. I'm polishing off my food and dusting the crumbs from my hands when I spot a poster. It features the silhouette of a smiling man wearing a single dagger-like earring and the words, "The Adderstone," printed above his head. If Leander is the leader of the Adderstone, then the face printed on the poster is likely his. I follow the line of identical posters around the corner and nearly hit my head on a precariously dangling wooden sign. Looking up, faded orange letters read, "The Wetwick." The facade of the building looks like it's seen better days, but I hear a faint musical laughter coming from inside. It's happening! It's happening! It's happening! Not gonna lie, playing this makes me want to run like a D&D campaign based in like Aridia, sorry. Like playing this makes me want to do it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's good. It's good. Also, as always, I should have said this at the beginning, but apologies if I do accidentally stumble over my words a couple of times here and there. I am a bit dyslexic, so I do have to go a little bit slow sometimes, but it's kind of doing especially good today. So we should be fine. Honestly, I'm here for the voice acting. I'm here for the voice acting and the occasional hee-hee. Also, tee-hee, tee-hee-hee, tee-hee-hee. This is so good. Cold reading is also tricky. Yeah, but fuck it. We ball. We fucking ball. No, I love it. Kuras seems like such an interesting character. I want to see what they've done with Leander. Because was it just me, or were there a couple of changes to Kuras? And Inghai, thank you for the 5 gifted members, darling. Mwah. Thank you very much. No, like, they added some stuff with, they definitely added some stuff with Kuras. I'm pretty sure. I think so. Yeah, they're what, right? I'm curious to see what they've added overall. All right, back to the action. It's not even midday, yet the wick is packed. A loose collection of Aridians crowd the bar, taking up the tables and gathering in the spaces between. They speak amongst each other in hushed voices, their faces drawn in grave. Seeing so many bodies packed into such a small, dim space is disconcerting. All the more reason to find Leander quickly. A cursory glance doesn't turn up anyone with a dagger-shaped earring, and I'm considering searching the bar when a loud voice carries across the room. Now, I'm no priority curator, and I'm not much for paperwork or pencil pushing. And honestly, I don't even think about those robes coming my size. I crane my neck, but the crowd is too dense for me to see the speaker. Gather round, I want to show you all something. There's no time to move out the way. The audience surges towards the center of the room in a sudden torrent. I'm caught up and swept along with them. Hey! The clatter of falling chairs and tables being shoved aside drowns out my complaints as I thrash and am thrown out. My elbows and heavy bodies press into mine. My hip knocks a table. I grip it, holding tight to steady myself, but the crowd has stilled. A pair of gilded boots stride across the tabletop. If you want nothing but guidelines, impractical policies, and needless bureaucracy, you know where to go. I drag my eyes upwards. A man towers on the table in front of me, arms spread as he addresses his rapt audience. But I'm not going to wait for word from on high. His impassioned words provoke nods and excited whispers. But nothing is as captivating as his brilliant smile. He beams at the crowd around him, a performer on his makeshift stage. And unlike those clerics, I don't need the abbess's approval to cast a spell or two. He raises his hands above the audience. The dagger-shaped earring dangling from his left ear catches the light in a flash of gold. It seems I've found Leander. These are our streets. We make our own luck here. He snaps. A flash of pale green light erupts from his hand. Hey, Celine, welcome to the Netherbrand. With a flick of his wrist, Leander conjures a ribbon of glittering light. A delicate flower stem sprouts from between his pinched fingers. One by one, glowing lily petals unfurl. Leander raises the flower with a flourish, and the bar bursts into clapping and cheers. A magic demonstration was the last thing I expected in a place called the Wetwick. Leander plucks the shimmering flowers out of the air and turns in a slow circle. Now, who could use some good luck? Eager onlookers scoot closer to the table, but Leander's cool green eyes slide right over them and lock onto mine instead. How about you? My chest grows tight. Suddenly I'm in the spotlight. Oh, we take those flowers. I'm pretty sure chat will kill me if I don't take those flowers. Netherlings, I'm pretty sure you're going to bite my face if I don't take these flowers. I don't think I have a choice. This is the illusion of choice. This is a take them or will hurt you. I reach out and take the flowers from him, all too aware of my trembling fingers. There is no weight to them, only a faint warmth that radiates from the stems. Wait, no way I said the exact same thing last time I played this. No way I said the exact same... Did I say the exact same line verbatim last time I played? Over a year ago? Consistency. Consistency. Clippers, can we check that? Clippers, can we check that, Clippers? The Netherlings haven't changed. As soon as the lilies leave Leander's hand, they dim and they fade in a shower of opalescent light. To my surprise, Leander laughs under his breath. That's the problem with flowers. They don't last long, but they leave an impression. Right? He grins at me, and I find myself smiling back. Leander steps off the table, dropping among the excited crowd with a click. All right, show's over. Back to work, everyone. The audience disperses, and Leander heads towards the bar. Now's my chance. I start after him, only to find myself face to face with one of his followers. Wait, where do you think you're going? I need to talk to Leander. Uh-huh, you and half of Lowtown. Leander's busy right now. Out of stone business. Come back tonight. After the moment we shared, surely Leander can spare a word. But... The follower crosses her arms, unmoved. I glance over her shoulders, hoping to catch a glimpse of Leander. As though sensing my gaze, he looks up and, for a moment, our eyes lock. Then, Leander turns away to murmur something to the group gathered around him. The follower moves to block my view. You hear me? I'm not looking for trouble. This Dr. Kuras, he said I should find Leander, and that's... She's interrupted by a hand resting on her shoulder. Kuras sent you? He said you could help me. Leander nods at the woman, and she steps aside wordlessly. Follow me. He leads me towards the crowded bar. There's so little room that his broad shoulder presses against mine. I tense, but he doesn't seem to mind at all. Sorry about that. The Outer Stone watch out for one another, but they can be overprotective at times. Lesson learned. Leander flashes me a broad grin. You're new to Aridia, aren't you? He says it with a genuine air of curiosity. Do I stick out that much? No, but I'm certain I'd remember seeing a face as lovely as yours around Lowtown. My eyes drop to the polished countertop. I'm not used to flattery, and being this close makes eye contact difficult. We're not great with eye contact. As if on cue, the bartender approaches us. What'll it be? Surprise me, and add anything my friend wants to my tab. I'll have what he's having. I'm so used to that to when I worked at every chronically ill waifu. The bartender leaves to fix our drinks. Leander leans his elbows on the counter. His sleeves ride up, revealing a long, raised scar. I catch myself following the winding path across his forearm. Leander's eyes wander over me in return. When they lock on my bandaged hands, a bitter taste rises in my throat. Here come the questions. Is there any chance Kuras sent you here for cheap drinks or barely edible appetizers? No. He pushes his hair back from his forehead, where it immediately falls back into place. That's the doctor for you. Always business. I'm not even sure he knows how to relax. The bartender returns with a pair of glasses. I raise mine and give it an experimental sniff. It smells faintly yeasty, like beer but with an undercurrent I can't quite place. A quick sip confirms my worst suspicions. It's awful. Briny and sour with a distinct hint of a pickle flavoring. Besides me, Leander takes a deep swig from his glass. So how can I help you? I need to get to the cenobium. As soon as I say the word cenobium, the group standing nearby falls silent. From the wary looks thrown my way, it's clear I've broken some type of taboo. It had to be the cenobium. Leander pushes away from the counter. Let's continue this conversation outside. I rise to follow him. He's so pretty. He's so pretty. He's so pretty. Also, shout out whatever person it is on the Touchstarved Reddit that keeps saying they need to, if they weren't voicing, they should check me for Leander. I don't know who you are, but you're a real one. My gosh. Oh, goodness. Base that on. Based Redditor, big if true. Leander leads me into an alleyway tucked behind the Wetwick. Layers upon layers of frayed and faded Adderstone posters plaster the walls. Seeing them side by side, the resemblance between Leander and his printed likeness is impressive, if abstract. Kuras didn't send you here to ask... Kuras didn't send you here to ask for a personal escort to the cenobium, did he? From his tone, he already knows the answer. No, he suggested that I reconsider. Yet here you are, asking about a guide anyway. He looks at me expectantly. I don't want to tell him about my curse. The less people know about my monstrous capabilities, the better. Thankfully, Leander takes my reluctant silence as an answer. You are aware of Aridia's, particular currency? Information's worth its weight in gold here. I don't much care for outdated traditions, so I'll be completely honest. The cenobium won't help you. They're more likely to torture you than lend you a hand. But the cenobium's supposed to be a place of learning, a sanctuary. The cenobium's always been heralded as the last bastion of human knowledge, a shining beacon and a hope in a fading world. If any place held answers, it would be the cenobium. That's why I came here. Leander nods patiently. You're not the first person to fall for their propaganda. I grew up idolizing the cenobium. I wanted nothing more to join their ranks and to learn magic from the best, to make a real difference. I was young and blinded by the legends and legacy. I was so damn naive. He shakes his head. All it took was one trip here, to Lowtown, to show me the truth. Unless you've got a heavy purse or high-born blood, the cenobium doesn't give a damn. They'll never open their gates for the ones who need help the most. Then it's all a lie? Things that seem too good to be true often are just that. Such a simple statement, yet it leaves me reeling. Leander watches me, although weighing something in his mind. But that doesn't mean you're hopeless. Far from it. I founded the Adderstone to help people like you. We settle disputes, slay feral Soulless. Hell, we've even been known to help patch a leaky roof or two. Whatever troubles you, we can help. Free of charge. I'm shaking my head before he's even finished his speech. My patience is wearing dangerously thin. Look, I appreciate the offer, but my problems can't be solved by a group of good Samaritans. To my chagrin, Leander doesn't look remotely surprised. Then, you're looking for help with something serious. Something not even Kuras could crack. It must be a truly remarkable problem if you came all the way to Aridia and searching for help. Tell me, how can I help you? Leander may not work for the Cenobium, but he is a mage. A powerful one if his demonstration earlier is of any indication. I like him. I like Leander, right? But there's something about him that just makes the back of my brain itch and say, be careful. Do you get what I mean? He seems lovely, he seems helpful, he seems charming, he seems fantastic. But a tiny thing at the back of my skull, just above the nape of my neck, itches and says, be careful. Because there's, like, all this charisma feels like it's covering something. There's something that it's covering. There's something deep and dark and murky. Yeah, too good to be true. Shady, definitely. He's a mage. Like, he doesn't even feel... See, an overtly evil man is very attractive. A manipulative man who tries to hide it behind, like, the idea that he's a good person. Nah. That screams danger to this Incubus. That's messy. And don't get me wrong, okay? But if Leander wants to get messy with it, I can get messy with it. Okay. Damn, two beautiful men in front of me. What a nice day. Tee-hee. Just wait. I'm just letting you know I'm going to start spamming the screenshot button as soon as Via comes on the screen while I look like this. Because, yeah. And nah, thank you for the super. The kindest ones always hide the dirtiest secrets. Ah, it's very true. You can tell this man's got a red flag or two. He's got some skeletons in his closet. Indecision gnaws at me. I don't know if I can trust him, but it's not like I have any alternatives. I hate to admit it, but this might be our only fast forward. My confession comes out in a strained whisper. I'm cursed. He looks me up and down, taking in my face, my eyes, and finally my hands. Is that why you bandaged your hands? My touch is dangerous. It changes people, hurts them. Before I've even finished, Leander pulls his left glove off. He flexes his fingers and grins. All right, let's see it. He offers me his hand. A prismatic flash of magic ripples across his palm, but I'm already shrinking backwards. I can't. I don't care how confident Leander is. I won't allow myself to hurt him. See his face unrecognizably warped. I don't want to hurt you. I'll be fine. Trust me. I've seen enough curses and hexes to last me 2 lifetimes. But I'll still be standing. Do you really think Kuras would send you here if I couldn't handle it? How should I know? I only met him today. Look, I'm twice as good as any Cenobium mage. If anyone can help you, it's me. You don't know what you're asking me. I'm asking you to trust me. I look from Leander's outstretched hand to his confident smile. Then I begin unwinding the bandages from my hand. If you lose control, don't say I didn't warn you. Hey, you can tie me up if it makes you feel better. His attempt at levity does little to comfort me. Sir! Sir! With each joint I expose, I grow increasingly certain this is a terrible idea. But if he's bothered by how my hand looks, he doesn't show it. Alright. Deep breath. On my count. My fingers hover shakily over Leander's palm. 1, 3, 2, 1. Touch him. Ooh. Netherlings into countdowns eating good. I tap his palm once, as quickly as possible. It's barely more than a brush, but that's all it ever takes. My heart racing. My eyes dart to his face. But Leander only smiles gently. See? It can't be. When I reach for his palm again, Leander catches my wrist before I can pull back. I told you. There's nothing to worry about. He trails off when my thumb grazes the soft skin of his inner wrist. I search Leander's face for traces of madness, but his eyes remain a clear, soft green. Neither of us speak as I trace the contours of his palm, lost in an awareness I wasn't anticipating. It's not as though I've never been touched before. My curse only extends to my hands, and desperation spurs creativity. But all that pales in comparison to this. I've never experienced such intimacy. My fingers, long deprived of years of bandaging, pick up every single detail. The grooves along his palm, the smooth shell of his nails, the bones in his wrist. For as long as I've lived, I've never been able to hold someone's hand without dire consequences. I never realized what I was missing. While Leander's pulse is steady, mine hammers as fear gives way to excitement. Keep touching him. My hand glides over Leander's wrist and up his arm where smooth skin starts to abruptly give way to a raised scar. It matches the one that runs from his collar to his cheekbone. Could it be the same wound? When I glance at Leander's face, his lips part as he considers his words. Am I the first person you've been able to touch like this? My hand goes still on his arm. So far? Then, is it everything you wanted? When I nod, Leander turns my hand to inspect the gleaming fissures crisscrossing my knuckles. There is no revulsion in his face. No fear. He looks up at me and grins. It's not every day I meet someone as enticing as gold. He winks and lets go. I draw my hand back and take a steadying breath. My head feels like it's stuffed with cotton. Habit alone guides me through the motions of rewrapping my hand, although my fingers tremble too much for the bandages to just lie flat. I can't believe that worked. I've really forgotten my manners. May I ask your name? I'm Zander. Zander. This curse of yours is unlike anything I've ever seen before. I can tell you're careful with it, but it's best if you keep this between us. Are you staying in Lowtown? I pause. Room and board wasn't something I'd yet consider. I don't know. Then let's get you properly settled. That was so intimate. That was so It's amazing how, like, when it's written the right way, physical touch on such a small scale can be so enticing. The idea of, like, hand in hand, fingers brushing against skin, each little detail, the tiny grooves, the nail beds, that's so enticing. From a literary standpoint as well, feeling almost like the intimacy of fingers wrapping around yours and like enrapturing them, just restricting but also like comforting. Oh, that's good. That was delicious. That was very delicious. That was a whole meal right there. A whole meal. Hand-holding before marriage? Scandalous indeed. Let's drop a quick save here as well. There we go. Your VA into 𝓂𝓸𝓾𝓻 to the match. Listen, Leander's one of my favorite characters to voice in this game. And Marie Brovzella, thank you very much for the super. Hand-holding before marriage? Scandalous! Kuras! No, Leander and Via are my two favorite characters to voice. Because I remember I gave Leander, like, the whole, you know, the whole something, 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 then, you know, all of this. Which I like. It's got, like, a little bit of, like, flair to it. But I also like when I do Via. Hang in there till you hear Via. Via is my favorite one to do. Like, I like doing Leander, but Via is, like, S tier for me. I love doing Via. Tee-hee. Tee-hee. Alright. How are we doing, everyone? Is Via gets extra zesty with you? Yes. Yes, he does. And I'm damn proud of it. I'm damn proud of how zesty Via gets. Alright. The phrasing is intended. Tee-hee. The Wick is noticeably quieter. Without their leader, most of Leander's followers have dispersed, or in a few cases, fallen asleep beside their drinks. You got any rooms left, or did my lad grab them all to sleep it off? The bartender, who I now realize doubles as an innkeeper, slides a key onto the counter. The usual room? Leander's laugh sounds slightly strained. No, not today. This is just for my friend, Zander. Did the bartender think we... Oh! Shadow Aisha, thank you for the still fight. If you're new to the club, watch this demon simp. Hush. Right. Stay as long as you like. You two have fun. Have fun? Leander clears his throat and then holds the key out to me. I hesitate. My coin purse barely holds enough for a day's worth of meals, let alone a room. Jackals, thank you for the super. Hand-holding. I'm a married Minecraft Christian man. How dare you? Thank you, Jackals. Cheeky. How much do I owe you? Nothing. My treat since you shared your secret. Food, drink, a warm bed, anything you need. Carefully, I take the key from him. It's small, but heavy in my palm. I never expected to have a warm bed in Aridia, let alone free meals. The thought of an entire room to myself seems unbelievably luxurious. Thank you. Aridia is twice as dangerous as it is wondrous. Be careful out there. And if you need a reprieve from what haunts you, come find me. I nod, taking one last look at the gleaming bronze key before tucking it into the pocket of my cloak for safekeeping. Leander gives me a friendly wave before returning to the bar. Oh, this is a nice room, though. Oh, it's even got the ceiling thing that my apartment has. Not like that, but like the slanted interior roof, because the roof is like that. Oh! Okay, but that's cool, though. I like that. Okay, that's nice. We can see the room now. Is this new art? I think this is new art. This is new art. Look at that. Ooh. Okay, it's about as tidy as I keep my room as well. Dusk glitters in the sparse rays of light illuminating the room. The furniture is tired, the walls cracked, and a large, lumpy bed serves as the centerpiece. I can't remember the last time I slept in a bed, and I'd never imagined I'd sleep in one tonight. When I collapse onto the bed, the springs let out a shrill squeak. Finally, I can allow myself to rest. My eyes fall shut before long. Oh. Okay. I wake to pale sunlight filtering through the narrow windows. Despite the clamour of the tavern below, the precious hours of rest have restored my strength and gifted me a flicker of cautious optimism. Alright, we got to sleep. Okay, this is good, this is good. Let's go. If I play my cards right, today could be the day I get closer to finding a cure. I quietly head out to the Wetwick. Also, personal opinion, I would have so changed that room's layout. The desk needed to go next to the window. Oh, that would have bugged me so much. If I lived there, I would have had to have Incubus the space so hard. The air clings, sodden and heavy with the lingering scent of rain. Without the afternoon crowd, the district looks barren and bleak. In the middle of the street, a pair of crows quibble over stale bread crusts. I pause, watching them, while I consider my next move. Hey, Glizzy Lord, thank you for the glizzy. Kuras and Leander both make it clear that Cenobium cannot be trusted. But I came so far and endured so much to give up now. I need to see the Cenobium for myself, if only to satisfy my curiosity. Surely someone in that bar can point me in the right direction. I'm about to turn back when a shadow passes over me. It's the boy! It's the boy! It's... It's the boy! It's my boy! A cloud, I think, until a puff of hot air tickles the back of my neck. The shadow trickles down the street in rivulets, formless, dark spreads like ink into blotted shapes. Claws stretch, a muzzle splits open to reveal long, jagged teeth. A growl rumbles so low and deep I feel it in my chest. I want to run, to scream, but I feel trapped, as though the slightest movement or breath will snap the jaws around me shut. No, no, no. I won't let it end like this. If I'm going to die, I want to look at what's got me straight in the eye. I'll steel myself, then turn. The shadow vanishes as quickly as it came, and I'm left standing in the middle of the street, alone, save for a figure reclining in the shade of a nearby stoop. A monster. That much is clear from a glance. One that could nearly be mistaken for a human, were it not for the tufted ears, the tail curled around his ankle, or the dusk pink eyes with pupils that sharpen like needles as they fall on me. We lock gazes, and the monster uncrosses his long legs. His hair gleams a shade of red that reminds me unsettlingly of blood, where it curls around his collared throat. Jumpy, aren't you? His tone is so light and carefree that I glance over my shoulder to make sure he's speaking to me. When I look back, the stranger props his chin on his knuckles and regards me with an inscrutable grin. Did you see that shadow just now? It was massive and it moved like a beast. Even if I speak, I'm unaware of how ridiculous I must sound. But the stranger's smile doesn't falter. The only beast I've seen are the Wick's drooling regulars, though this did catch my eye. With a flick of his wrist, the in-room key dangles from his finger. It turns on its chain, glistening where it catches the light. My hands fly to my cloak pockets and sure enough find them flat. He crooks his finger, beckoning. I've already taken 2 steps forward before some stifled instinct stops me. Something feels wrong. Nah, thank you for the super. Oh look, someone has a similar style to you. Damn it, really spot on. I see your type, Zanny. Oopsie. I'm still on the edge, thumbing with so much adrenaline that the strangest shadow flickers at the edges of my vision. I always seem to attract the worst kind of attention, but I can't get rattled now. Who said that's my key? Yeah, who said that's mine? He smiles wide enough to reveal sharp fangs. I saw you drop it. You really should be more careful. A city like this, somebody might take advantage. A bold-faced lie said without a hint of irony. I approach the monster, careful to keep an arm's length in the way. He doesn't look dangerous, but the most deadly ones never do. The stranger's chain softly clinks with the tilt of his head. His ears flick. Keeping your distance? Until I know what you're capable of. You think I stole your dinky little key from all the way over here? He gives an exaggerated sigh. I'm good with my hands, but I'm not that good. Do you really think I look like a common thief? He's got me there. The sheer fabric of his sleeves alone would be too expensive for most street thieves. Hell, his shoes look like they cost more than I spent on traveling here. And then there's the shop behind him. No matter the city, parted pink curtains only ever mean one thing. Oh, he's... Oh! Was he always? What? Oh. Well, hi. I'm not looking to buy, and I doubt I could afford your services anyway. Luckily for you, I don't charge. The man runs the tip of his tongue over a fang, and for the first time since I stepped into that shadow, I feel something other than dread. My face grows hot. I didn't mean to assume. I'm flattered. Really? Did you think you could pay to pet my ears? I just need my key back. Ask nicely, and I might let you tug my tail. Just throw it here. So some spindly little 𝓱𝓸𝓾𝓻 can snatch it and run. He raises my key. He raises my key and tilts his head so he can watch it dangle back and forth. I suppose I could just claim your room for myself. Shadow Eyes, thank you for this. I feel like sharing him, Zanny. Sure, he could be communal property. Let's go. Oh, goodness. Not that I'd be caught dead slumming it in the wick with the rest of those slack-jawed imbeciles. You're obviously not from round here, so tell me, traveler, what misfortune brought you to this wretched place? His voice practically drips with derision. I'm not telling you anything. What could have possibly drawn you to this dreary little pig pen, I wonder? He lifelessly watches the arc of my keys swinging around his finger. The weather's shit, the food's dreck, and there's entirely too many monsters for a human to feel safe. Unless... Dagger-sharp eyes flick towards me. They gleam bright with amusement. Unless you're just dying to... consort with monsters? By now, my embarrassment has worn away, leaving a simmering impatience in its place. If this is the shakedown, this is the most frustrating one I've ever... Play along with him. Let's play along. What do you say? Part of me is kind of like, if I walk away, that gives me the power. But also, I kind of like playing this creature's game, you know? Let's try and, like, take those steps back and try and force him, you know? I want to try and take the lead. His grin widens when I take a step forward. I knew you'd... And crumples as soon as I walk past him. Where are you going? Don't you want your key back? I feel his eyes boring into my back. As much as I'd hate to lose my lodging, it wouldn't be the first time I'd resorted to sleeping on a street. Wait. What do you want? When I look over my shoulder, the monster has risen from the stoop. He hesitates, lips parted. Oh, he's blushing! He's blushing! He's blushing! Look at the blush! Look at the blush! You know, I am 89% brat tamer, I believe. You know? I'm just saying I'm 100% brat and 89% brat tamer, if I remember right. So... This guy fucked with the wrong Incubus. He hesitates, lips parted. Our eyes meet for a heartbeat before his dart away. The tip of his tail thrashes against the ground. Don't get the wrong idea. I was only playing. I never meant to offend you. He says it carelessly, but I don't miss the way he studies my face for a reaction. I thought you were flirting. Seemed more like you were flirting to me. Is that so? Well, I must admit, it's not every day I meet someone quite like you. Like me? The stranger purrs in response. How do I put this? You've the air of someone at the end of their rope. Did you come to Aridia in desperate search of something? My mouth suddenly feels dry. I could be the answer, you know. Oh, he is flirting. I should have seen where this is going. How do you know that I'd spent all my money, starved and nearly died in a swamp? Fuck, I need to... How did you know that I'd spent all my money, starved and nearly died in a swamp, just so I could crawl into bed with the first thirsty monster I met? That earns me a burst of breathy laughter as he gazes at me under his dark lashes. Aren't you funny? Could you be any more obvious? I have been told subtlety is not my strength. So, your place or mine? Oh. Oh, do I pass to make him want me more? Or do I... Ooh. Ooh. Oh. On one hand, passing might be like, nope, I'll pass, you ain't worth it. But then on the other hand, it'd be, hey, if I had my key, I so would. You know? Let's go. Let's... Tee-hee. Let's tea... I'll pass. Tempting, but no. Yet he still smiles undeterred. The more he flirts, the more convinced I become that this could be some kind of trap. No matter how innocent monsters look, they always have tricks up their sleeves. And something tells me this one's more dangerous than he lets on, even if he has a lovely laugh. I don't know what you want or why you're messing with me, but I'm not coming any closer until you aren't going to attack me or bite. I won't bite hard unless you beg me. Alright, sir. Stealing my line, remixed and reloaded. Alright. No matter what I say, he finds a way to twist my words into innuendo. Even when I'm silent, he goes on as if we're having a conversation, not a standoff. Do you like dancing? There's a traveling troupe. No, I think, you know, I'm gonna go with that one. I'm gonna go with the key. I'm gonna go with the key. I'm gonna go with the key. I feel compelled. I feel compelled. I'd invite you back to my room if I had my key. Because that's like saying, hey, give it to me, you know? If only I had my key, I might be able to invite you up. His languid gaze glides from me to the key in his hand and back. Take my hand, and we'll go together. The more he flirts, the more I'm convinced that this is some kind of trap. No matter how innocent a monster looks, they always have tricks up their sleeve. And something tells me this one's more dangerous than he lets on, even if he has a lovely laugh. I don't know what you want or why you're messing with me, but I'm not coming any closer until I know you aren't going to attack me or bite. I won't bite hard unless you beg me. No matter what I say, he finds, by doing innuendo. But even when I'm silent, he goes on as if we were having a conversation, not a standoff. Do you like dancing? There's a traveling troupe performing in Hightown tonight. Their loot is just utterly exquisite, truly a performance to die for. There's life in this dreadful place, if you know where to look. You sound like you know the city very well. The monster's gaze flickers from me to the key hanging from his fingertip. Naturally. This dump was little more than a miserable little smear on a map when I first arrived. High town, low town. I know Aridia like it's the back of my hand. What about the Cenobium? Do you know where that is? His smile vanishes. Surely you've seen it. That absurdly large tower looming over the rest. It's a little hard to miss. He must mean the spire I noticed when I first caught sight of Aridia. The Cenobium's overrated. Forget about it. I can show you things those stuffy boars in their limp-dick tower couldn't even dream of. What do you say? How about the two of us have a little adventure? I've already got plans. Oh? Have you some pressing matters at the Cenobium? Lunch dates with the librarians? Tea time with the most esteemed abbess? That's my business. What does it matter to you? I square my shoulders as the amusement bleeds out of him. Your loss. The stranger, finally bored of his own tedious game, extends a hand towards me. The key rests on his palm, neatly dividing skin and leather. When he makes no other move, I reach for the key, but as soon as my fingers graze the smooth brass, his hand springs shut around my elbow. Hey! He yanks me down, and I stagger, my shoes slipping on the steps. For a sick moment, I fear my bandages will unravel under his touch, but he's careful not to disturb them even as he grips my arm. I knew I smelled blood. You reek of the road. That fucking doctor. His voice, once silken, lowers to a smoky growl. The shadows around him seethe and boil. Something else. He murmurs again, my throat, nose grazing my jaw. His breath trails down my neck, sending a thrill of dread through me. His wide eyes gleam with naked hunger as he glances at me. Let go! Just when I fear he'll bite, His grip loosens, and his eyes widen with awe. It seemed I underestimated you. You're... Via? The stranger's ears flatten, and he releases me with a short breath. I yank my arm back, massaging my bandages. He twists around to see a woman duck out from the curtains behind him. From the look of her pressed white uniform, I'm almost certain she's a cleric of the Cenobium. I leave you for all of what? 10 minutes, and you're making trouble again. Will you quit harassing the tourists? The stranger, Via, I take it, rolls his eyes and flashes the cleric with a withering smile. So suspicious. Can't you see this is a friend of mine? A natural liar, he grins at me, and his tail swishes coyly. The woman purses her lips at me, clearly unconvinced. I open my mouth to correct him, but Via cuts in. I was graciously offering my dear friend some free advice. Though his voice remains light and cheerful, his expression darkens. Danger's drawn to you like a moth to a flame. It will always find you, given time. The woman clucks her tongue as though she's heard this recital 102 times. A word to the rise. Don't take free advice from lazy foxes lounging in the streets. This crook would sell water to a drowning man for the sheer enjoyment of it. She shrugs off a withering look from Via. Oh, please. Any friend of yours knows it's true, Via. Now, hold still. Via rises graciously at her approach. He pushes his hair aside so it drapes over one shoulder, exposing the long line of his neck. And suddenly, it dawns on me. The jingling I heard earlier wasn't coming from his harness, but a heavy chain wound around his hitching post, a padlock to the back of his collar. Oh! He got... Oh! Wait a second, his mistress was inside, doing the old pink curtain parade with whoever was in residence there, while Via was chained up outside, like a dog while their owner's in the store. Oh! Oh. I mean... He's a kept fox. The woman produces a crowded keyring from her pocket. She rifles through a dozen identical keys before selecting one and slotting it into the lock. Come on, unless your friend is tagging along on our merry little Soulless hunt. They're hunting inside the city? That Soulless in the wastes did seem ravenous. I'd rather not run into another one like it. No, thank you. The cleric regards me with a polite, if tight, smile before marching down the stairs. Via lingers. He stretches his arms over his head with a yawn, and I try not to stare at the way his stomach flattens when he arches his back. Your little sacred's safe with me. Try not to get yourself killed, Via hops off the stoop and bounds after the woman. His tail sways merrily, as though he hadn't just lied and threatened me. Did you try... Hello? Did you try that thing I mentioned? The Leventian nut? That one where you take the 3 fingers and... actually, don't tell me. Knowing you, it's probably disgusting. Via's airy laugh echoes down the street. Only after he and the cleric have vanished from sight that I realize that I'm missing something. They spelled not with a K. That... Wait. Reflectively, I shove my hands into my pocket and find it. The room key. I ease the key from my pocket, smoothing my thumb over its jagged teeth, as I try to recall a touch, a tell, any hint of Via's sleight of hand. but I can't figure out how he did it. All I know for certain is that Cenobium saw fit to leash him, a fate I could share if that's what his vague warning meant. I let my eyes drift skyward, past the lanterns gently swaying in the breeze to the Cenobium faintly visible through the haze. Just one glimpse is all I need. Then I can put all of this behind me. This time, the key goes into my coin purse for safekeeping. So, what is this Laverian knot of which you speak? Even the Incubus hasn't heard of this one. It's easy enough to follow the widening streets, climbing uphill towards the distant tower. Hours later, legs aching, sweat beading on my forehead, I finally find what I'm searching for. The Cenobium of the Luminous Void. It stands at the highest point of Aridia, surrounded by cold white walls. Well-dressed people stroll down the walkways, ignoring the massive tower in their midst. Before we go on to this scene, that previous scene kind of gave me an idea, right? And strangely, I really want to see this, like Touchstarved, with all of kind of the magic in the backgrounds get adapted into a TTRPG, and I reckon I could do it. I'm like 85% sure that I could adapt Touchstarved into a TTRPG, like a tabletop roleplay game. I'm 85% sure I could turn this into a D100 system. Like, you would not believe. I'd probably use like grimdark fantasy base and then build out from there, and then probably like carry over the magic system from, I want to say, like not Dungeons and Dragons, probably like Heart the City Beneath or something like that. Hey, Touchstarved people. One, if you want Leander, if you want someone to pretend to be Leander around the office, I can do that. And also, if you want a TTRPG guy, yeah, I gotta stick me in your basement. I'll do it. You don't have to pay me. I'll be happy just getting to make TTRPGs. Just throw me some food down there occasionally and give me some dumbbells to work out with. I'll be fine. It stands at the highest point of Aridia, surrounded by cold white walls. Well-dressed people stroll down the walkways, ignoring the massive tower in their midst. I'm the only one standing before the gates as I crane my neck up to the top of the Cenobium spire, disappearing into the clouds overhead. I frown up at the gates, wondering what secrets wait on the other side. Despite their delicate beauty, there must be more to them than meets the eye. Knocking seems like a terrible idea, but there doesn't seem to be any way of making my presence known. I'm halfway up the steps when something moves in my peripheral vision. A shadowy figure crouches beneath one of the white walls. They reach out and tug on a vine, as if testing its strength. Oi, you there! The shadow vanishes as quickly as it's spotted, and a gaunt-faced man in a crisp charcoal uniform marches up the steps towards me. Ugh, another tourist. Get out of here once you're done gawking. A dismissive wave accompanies his equally dismissive words, and he turns without even waiting for my response. I look back at where I saw the intruder, but there's nothing. Just the leaves blowing gently in a cool breeze. I step away from the gates, hopelessness washing over me. Hello? Hello. A whisper coats the back of my ear, hot and syrupy. I jerk away, but find no one beside me. Instead, halfway down the staircase, I spot a girl peeping up at me. She's barefoot, draped in several layers of worn, moth-eaten clothing. Peculiar metal jewelry hangs across her face and jingles with each slight movement. Her eyes are her most striking feature. They shine a scorching, unnatural crimson. It feels like I'm staring into the sun, and yet I'm strangely captivated by her. She tilts her head, the tinkling of metal riding the wind. Do you need help? I do. I do, yes. Also, apparently it's cold, so I should put on a jacket. There we go. There's my jacket. I'm unsure how to respond. The air is charged with a mysterious energy, as if each of my words is worth its weight in gold. On the off chance she can help me, I might as well be somewhat truthful. I do, but wanting it is another question. The giggle she makes is charming, a fluttering sound. You're honest. I like that. She dips into a polite curtsy. My name is Iris. I was once like you, hopeless and alone. The ones in the tower won't help with your pain. I might be able to, though. I try not to dwell on the fact that I'm recognizably desperate. Instead, I focus on her vague offer as I descend the steps. You don't know what I'm looking for. You need what everyone needs in this world. A miracle. Iris turns and my thoughts abruptly scatter. Pitted skin snakes down her shoulders, blooming from a gaping hole in the back of her neck. A shuddering breath escapes me. The fuck? Whatever disease she had consumed her from the inside out. How is she able to move or breathe? It's impossible. She shouldn't be alive, and yet... I only get a glimpse before she faces me once more, this time looking a bit bashful. I know it's not pretty. That's not what matters. The seaspring can cure anything. It can cure you, too. Her shining eyes flick to my bandaged hands and then up. So quick, I nearly miss it. I stand there, wordless. It's a twisted miracle, but a miracle nonetheless. She extends her hand out to me, her delicate fingers outstretched. I can take you there, if you'd like. You can decide on your own when you see it. The hand is frail, marred with tiny wounds. It's the epitome of vulnerability, the complete opposite of the Cenobium's mocking, impenetrable gates. And if I say no? Your choice. The truth is, I don't have much of a choice. Not right now, at least. I wonder if Iris knows that somehow. If there's any hope of finding a cure, I need to follow every lead, including seeing this seaspring for myself. I'll take her hand. One choice. I cautiously slide my hand into hers. Her skin is ice cold through my bandages. We descend from the highest streets, abandoning their gilded decadence as we cross the river. The wet, derelict district holds more familiarity for me. However, Iris leads me farther still, until we are met with an all too familiar sight. My gut lurches when I face the open horizon. The seaspring is straight ahead. Aridia's outskirts are hardly recognizable in daylight, but venturing beyond the city walls is a gamble. I wasn't prepared to take this one so soon. I shake my head and pull away from Iris. I'm not leaving the city. She circles in front of me with a placating gesture. Don't be scared. I promise you. It's all right. You're as safe inside the city as outside, and the stretch before you is the safest of all. She casts a wistful gaze out into the wastes, as if admiring something beyond the vista. This region belongs to Ice. Some call him a gang leader, but he's much more than that. And it's difficult to string my thoughts together. Only a fool would leave the city, but a primal instinct tells me that Iris isn't lying. She twirls around with another curtsy, jewelry twinkling playfully in the sunlight. Her doe eyes soften with a smile. As I said, it's your choice. Thank you for coming this far. I hope we meet again, Zander. I blink, and she's gone. Confusion grips me as I look around, searching for any trace of her. But I'm completely alone, with only the vast nothingness of the wastes for company. Did I just imagine everything? No, that whole encounter was real. Again, that primal instinct insists on it, just like it insisted on Iris's honesty. The seaspring is straight ahead. If it managed to cure Iris, then I need to see what it could do for me. I venture forth, nerves and determination rolling together in my chest. My heart pounds with each step I take from civilization. Oh, last time we were out here, we got our arm cut off. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Last time we were out in these trenches, we lost an arm. Do we really want to play this game again? Really? Oh, God. For what seems like an eternity, I force each foot forward. One step, and then another, until a realization hits me. I never told Iris my name. Something pierces the horizon ahead of me, a building nestled into a tall cliffside. It appears so starkly out of place that it might as well be a hallucination, dripping with extravagance and adorned in honeyed mahogany. It's an ornate jewel of architecture. Dark silhouettes skirted on both sides. Trees, I think. Until I'm close enough to realize what I mistook for branches were actually spikes jutting tendrils. Soulless. Several of them watch me in the distance like statues. Flashes of last night chase me. The gushes of blood and screams of death. The smell of burning flesh and sour bile. I'll go through that again. I won't. Exploding into a messy sprint, I push my legs as fast as they'll take me towards the decorated building. The next thing I know, I'm dashing up wooden stairs and crashing through towering double doors. My lungs burn from exertion. I gasp for breath, desperate to be safe. But when I orientate myself to my surroundings, it's more of a hellscape than a sanctuary. Blood flows all around me, overwhelming my vision with a lurid, unholy red. Instinctively, my hand leaps to my mouth, but the rotten stench of blood never comes. Instead, a smoky scent hangs in the air, sharp and spiced. I swallow thickly, convincing myself that it's not as gruesome as it appears. This has to be the Seaspring, the place that grants miracles. Tall pillars flank me, blanketed in written notes. Seating pillows scatter the room. A rustic kettle sits nearby. Someone must live here, despite how eerily empty it is. Oh no. Hello? Anyone here? My voice echoes around the cabin without response. I approach the paper-covered pillars. Maybe something here can tell me more of what I reach for. Let's go for the bottom. I reach for the note at the lower end. It reads, "They watch me through the mirrors. They won't stop staring. They know what I did, but they won't have me. I'm safe now. I'm safe now. I'm safe now. The writing deteriorates into unintelligible scrawl. Before I can ponder it further, a sharp chill runs down my spine. Somebody is watching me. I quickly set the note back. My eyes dart around the wooden deck, but it's still empty. Finally, I look towards the seaspring. That stillness hides something deeper. Something wrong. Hey. I spin around and come face to face with a pack of Soulless. They chitter and growl, tendrils and spikes flaring threateningly, all different sizes and species but sharing one identical trait, the glowing crimson eyes. I try to back away, but my heel teeters on the edge of the seaspring. I'm cornered. Watch your step. It's deeper than it looks. That voice again, the sound of it, the Soulless freeze, their snarls quietening. Oh, there's the boy. I search for the voice's source and find it above me, lounging in the rafters. You look lost, little sparrow. His gaze is violent crimson, one that sears through me, leaves me feeling raw and exposed. They're the same eyes I've seen over and over, first with Iris and now with the Soulless circling me, all bound by the seaspring's blood red. In the shroud of darkness behind him, the shapes, massive like tendrils, twist and coil around the wooden beams. I can't focus. The Soulless growl rings in my ears. They're not advancing. I could change any second. Panic rises in my throat as I struggle to track them. Hey. Eyes on me. My stomach rolls as I tear my eyes away from the Soulless. Don't ignore someone who's talking to you. It's not polite. For a moment, anger knocks my fear aside. Who is this bastard? Fuck you! I look right into his unnerving eyes and hold his gaze defiantly. Fuck you! Is that better? A crooked grin cracks across his face. We'll work on it. I scan the Soulless again. They really aren't attacking. They're posturing more than anything, as if they're waiting for commands. Did you tame them? Power of the seaspring. They're hungry, so they might bite. You could give them a reason to. You could give me a reason to stop them. How about I didn't do anything wrong? Trespassing. And that's punishable by death? He gives me a non-committal shrug. I called out earlier to see if anyone was here. We're supposed to play what, hide and seek? Didn't hear you. My voice stops in my throat. The bastard's tense coolness is both infuriating and terrifying. I rack my brain for a way to defuse the situation. I need help. Okay, fine. I need help. I thought the seaspring could cure me somehow. My voice wavers pathetically. Honesty has never been my strong suit. He cants his head to the side, appraising me, but doesn't respond. I fidget nervously. I'm telling you I came here for help. Are you listening? Your hands. Alarm jolts through me. I hide my hands under my cloak. Show me. Why? Won't ask twice. With a sharp exhale, I reluctantly hold out my bandaged hands. Are you getting off on this? Unwrap them. Heat rushes to my face, and fire to my tongue. I should give him a piece of my mind, but not when the Soulless are one command away from ripping me to shreds. And yet no matter how much I will myself to move, my body stays frozen in place. I stand there for a long and agonizing minute. My hands are trembling when they finally raise. I know the skin beneath the wrappings all too well, the hideous, unnatural flesh I've grown to despise. I grip the edges of the bandages. Stop. With a weary sigh, the man slides off the beam and lands with a thud that shakes the panels underfoot. He's a monster with an imposing figure that towers over me. I couldn't tell how tall he was before, but he's big, illuminated by lantern light. His features are stronger and sharper. Subtle clinks of metal accompany each footstep. The closer he gets to me, the faster my heart hitches. What does he want? Is he going to kill me? I step backwards and find nothing to set my foot on. I've forgotten. My back was to the seaspring. I fall right before a warm hand catches my lower back. Shadow Aisha, thank you for the super. You've got competitions, Annie. Sorry. Bitch, you saying this right after my 2.0? Fucking heartless. How could you? My goodness. I'm hovering on the seaspring. I'm hovering above the seaspring. The scent of smoke and leather enveloping me. Blazing eyes bore into mine. Told you to watch your step. Too soon to speak. I mutter a response. Like I weigh nothing, he guides me back to solid ground. Following a subtle gesture from his fingers, the Soulless around us disperse and relax. The shift in their demeanor is so abrupt it gave me whiplash. The enormous tentacles are no longer in the rafters, though now I doubt if I ever even saw them. Either way, I let out a breath of relief. Hey, Umineko, thank you very much for the super. Motherfucker, your voice is so good that I fell asleep 3 times. I love it. It's a blessing. It's a special power. I took it at character creation. Thanks. As focused on me as he was before, the monster pays no attention to me now. He kicks some of the seating pillows out of the walkway and checks the content of the kettle with a scowl. The sudden disregard is almost insulting. So that's it. I'm not a threat anymore? Never were one. Then why did you threaten me? People get honest when they're afraid. In other words, you're messing with me. He was messing with me. I drag a hand over my face, exhausted by the fact that this is the second time a monster has provoked me today. You're Ace, aren't you? Depends who's asking. One of your friends told me this was your territory. She also said you were a gang leader. But there's no one else here. I thought there'd be more people. Ace picks up the kettle, walks over to the edge of the seaspring, and dumps the contents into the endless red. They took a walk. His pleasant smile stretches from ear to ear. Then, in an instant, it drops. I get the sense that I shouldn't ask about that again. Strange. I've learned to recognize a real leader when I see one. Ace, regrettably, fits the type perfectly. He knows how to scare people, and that he expects submission, but it's uncommon for someone so used to being in power to be so alone. You said you came here for my help. Depends. Can the seaspring cure a curse? Probably. You mean you don't know? Nope. He then shakes out the empty kettle and starts collecting stray cups, tidying up. My frustration builds. I narrow my eyes at him in a questioning glare. When he notices, he returns it with an amused smirk. Are you being irritating on purpose? Listen, Sparrow. The seaspring can cure anything. Nothing stopping you from trying it yourself. What do I have to do? Drink. I have to drink from the seaspring. My eyes glide to the blood-like pool beside us. The idea of ingesting the liquid makes my guts churn. Sarah, cool. Thank you for the super. Zander, may I ask, do you like or love dessert? I'm eating banana coconut milk sago. Yummy. Oh, I love dessert. Dessert is good. It's a rare treat, but I like it when I have it. Anything like sweet, I really like. Thank you, Sarah Kula. And Bintrong, thank you for the 8 months. Blue, next question. What color is on screen? Blue. Is there a price? Anyways. Ice taps his temple with a finger. You lose a little bit. And that's it. Might have already beat it to the punch. My humor earns me an amused fanged grin. This is a little different. When you drink from the seaspring, you forget who you are. Your mind combines with everyone who drank here before. Humans, monsters, soulless. One big happy family in your head. My blood runs cold. I've never heard of these before. Group minds. I thought they were just rumors. I heard whispers of cults performing rituals to bind the members' minds together. Never seemed possible. But something tells me this is real. Even if one thing doesn't add up. Your eyes are red too. But you obviously haven't forgotten who you are. Before I can finish my sentence, Ace struts past me towards the entrance. Time's up. Let's finish this later. Wait, already? You barely told me anything. Came on a bad day. I've got somewhere to be. There are still so many questions burning at the tip of my tongue, but my frustration spills out before I can ask any of them. I was told to come here for help, but instead I get threatened and kicked out. You're joking, right? Watch your tone. I'm nice, but you don't want to ruin the host's mood. My skin prickles. The feeling of being watched pours over me again. My eyes dart back to the seaspring. A lone ripple dances on the quiet surface. I take Ace's advice and clamp my mouth shut. Ice approaches a nearby group of Soulless, a lanky dog-like one with 6 legs and a crown of tendrils. Several sets of red eyes adorn its sides. Its forked tail wags rapidly and Ace squats beside it. He runs his fingers through its tendrils, scratching its chin and pats its head. A gentle smile plays across Ace's lips. The affection he holds for the Soulless is painfully clear. I dip my eyes away, my stomach fluttering at the tender sight. It's getting dark out, so this pretty girl will guide you back. Following a short whistle from Ace's lips, it trots over to the entrance obediently, tail swaying. I watch the Soulless warily. Pretty is not a word I'd use to describe it, and the idea of it protecting me sounds absurd. If I decide to drink, how do I find you? Find someone with eyes like mine. They'll point you in the right direction. But think it over. Once you drink, you can't go back. It's a lot to process, but I give a small nod. At least, now I have another option for a cure, as disturbing as it may be. I follow the Soulless at a measured distance and watch it nudge the giant doors open with ease. When I'm about to cross the threshold, I sneak one last glance behind me. My heart skips when I meet Ace's eyes. I'm about to snap my head away, but he just flashes me an easy smile. Till the next time, Sparrow. I'll buy you a drink for scaring you. I don't trust myself to do anything but respond with another curt nod. He's such a dick. He's such a dick. He's such a dick. What the fuck? He's such a dick. He's such a dick. What the fuck? Why is he such a dick? Oh, my days. And hot? Yeah, but he's such a dick. Like, okay. Via is like primal prey type. It's literally like, what variety of absolute dick do we want to deal with? Because we've got Via, who is absolute dick in a primal prey dynamic, like, type way. Okay? We've got Ace, who's a dick in a I'm the boss, you're the follower. You'll get the time I choose to give you type way. Alright? We've got Kuras, who's a dick in the I'm the doctor, you're a patient type way. Follow the doctor's orders. Then we've got Leander, who's a dick in the I'm gonna help you, but I'm never gonna tell you what I'm actually doing type way. Like, my days. Where have all the good men gone? Where are they? Why are all of them like me? Why do they all have insane red flags? Clockwork Medic, thank you for the super. The literal sea of red flags. Yes. Yes. This is a Mayday parade. This is like band camp. Bunch of flag twirling. Okay? Last time there were this many flags, America was fighting for independence. Alright? My God. Outside, more crimson-eyed Soulless scuttle about. It's hard to believe it's the same threatening pack from before. They chase each other in circles, roll about in the bog's mud. I've never known Soulless to play, let alone keep company with each other. They're usually territorial and hostile. Part of me is almost happy for them. Being alone in this world is a fate I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy, and yet somehow the seaspring has given them all family. But now's not the time to be envious of bloodthirsty creatures. The Soulless pay no attention to me, like as the one dog escorts me away. Veer and Ace are my picks so far. Maybe Kuras too. I love how you've picked the two characters in this game, which are literally the same as your Oshi marks. You've literally picked the one that wears straps, like the leather straps, and is the monster, and the Oni-coded one. Have you noticed that? Like, I'm reading you to filth right now, chat. You've picked the cruel little one that enjoys emotionally manipulating you, wears a load of leather straps, and, like, goes out of their way to toy with you. And the Oni-coded one who's a bit quieter. Like, my God. Like, that's not even easy to read. That's like a starter book. Like... That's like a kindergarten starter book. Dusk darkens the sky by the time we reach the city. The Soulless sits, canting its head at me with a familiar crimson eye. I think it wants something. Pet the Soulless. I've never encountered a Soulless that likes to be pet, but I've never encountered a Soulless that escorts people back to town either. I slowly reach out to the Soulless, letting it sniff my closed fist so I don't startle it. But it just headbutts my knuckles, impatient and demanding. And I let out a snicker. Okay. Carefully, I glide my fingers through the Soulless's tendrils and scratch beneath its chin, just like Ace had. It pushes my palm in response, rumbling with a sound akin to a purr. The vibrations are soothing, almost healing my fatigue. When it's satisfied, the Soulless spins around and scampers back the direction we came, vanishing into the darkness. I've just arrived in Aridia, but I've already encountered so many things I thought were impossible, tamed Soulless being one of them. My head spins. Maybe I should call it a day. Nightfall creeps around the streets of Aridia. The city, labyrinthine even in daytime, has now become a warren of treacherous alleyways. The streets are completely deserted. If I hadn't been here earlier, I would have thought this part of the city abandoned. My steps slow when I hear rustling in the dark. I strain my ears, but everything is still. Is the silence playing tricks on me? Oh, we get our first bit of red text. Oh, this is from our background. This is background exclusive. So this is what I was talking about. This is one of the new background exclusive options that we get. So because of what we chose at character creation, there are entire new branches that will become unlocked because of it. I need to move. I draw my cloak close and move towards the nearest building to disguise my silhouette in the dark. It was a quiet, wet sound, the sound of blood and flesh squelching. Something is out here on the streets with me. A Soulless. A monster. I'm not quite sure which direction it came from, but I can't stay either. I need to get somewhere safer. Though I keep my eyes sharp and listen intently, there's only the sound of my own footsteps. I know what I heard. As the moments pass and nothing happens, I only grow more tense. I turn the next corner, and my thoughts come screaming to a halt. My head spins. My world is blurry as adrenaline rushes through my veins. Only one thing is clear amid the haze. The Soulless that attacked the caravan. It's crouched in over a dark, indistinct shape. A body. A garland of intestines spills from pallid flesh. Blood gouts the cobblestones. Holding my breath, I take a step backwards. When the wet, slurping sounds don't abate, I take another, and then another. Then a shard of glass crunches under my heel. The world slows to a crawl as the Soulless raises its head, blood dripping from its tendrils. Every single one of its bulging eyes fix unblinkingly on me. It's really here. It's really come back for me. Run. I'm off like a shot, running for my life through the darkened streets. The Soulless howls, its rasping voice harsh with hunger, and heavy footfalls pound after me. My heart thunders in my chest. I take turns at random, trying to lose the Soulless in the maze of the streets, but I can't seem to shake it. I can hear its breath now, a wet, fluttering rasp growling closer and closer. The same claws that severed my arm swipe out. I duck, saved by pure reflex, and skid around a corner, only to freeze. A wall twice as high as me bars my way. A dead end. Behind me, the Soulless looms. It's enormous, taking up the entirety of width of the alleyway. Its long claws tipping limbs that give it the advantage of reach. I can't fight back. I have to try and escape. As the Soulless prowls closer, my eyes dart from side to side looking for an escape. The Soulless is blocking the only obvious way out, but right behind me, there's a rickety door that must lead to the adjoining building. If I can get inside, the Soulless's size will hinder any attempts to pursue me. I whirl, grabbing the handle. It turns completely. The hinge is creaking as I push, and I feel a flash of hope. before a weight hits the door from the other side, slamming it shut. The click of the lock turning is grimly final. In this wretched world, few people will stick their neck out to help their own flesh and blood. Never mind a stranger. The Soulless gives a rasping hiss. It's the only warning I get, before it lunges for me with a flash of claws. I hurl myself to the side, but the slick cobblestones betray me. I fall sprawling over the rough stone. As the Soulless looms over me, I scramble away from it until my back hits the wall. There's nowhere left to go. It descends on me for the kill. But the impact never comes. I warily crack one eye open, then the other, not sure whether I should believe what I'm seeing. A hooded figure crouched in front of me, one blood-stained hand outstretched. Moonlight silvers the very edge of their stiletto knife. Their face and hands are splattered with blood. And the Soulless. My eyes dart past my unexpected rescuer to the misshapen form behind them. The Soulless's many eyes, once restless and vibrant, now look dull and waxy. A red pool spreads slowly from under its body. Numb with shock, I can't help but stare. After all the people it's killed, after nearly killing me twice, I can't believe it's dead. Well, I gingerly take the offered hand. The hunter's gaze dips to my bandages, pale lips part, on the brink of a question, and then close again. With a strength belying their slight frame, they pull me upright. I can feel the tension in their grip. Their fingers tremble like they want to pull away. It's a sensation I'm all too familiar with myself. Despite their obvious discomfort, they pause for a moment, pale eyes sweeping over me. Not going to fall? When I shake my head, they hastily let go and back off, wiping the blood from their face and hands. The hunter turns away from me, the heel of their boot hitting the Soulless's gangling body. They lean over it, studying it intensely. With their back to me, I realize their hooded silhouette is familiar. I saw them outside the cenobium. Vestigial or functional? I'm startled out of my thoughts when they speak, but they aren't looking at me. Can't all be processed in the brain. The occipital lobes would have to be enormous. In fact, I don't think they're talking to me at all. Stay quiet. Stay quiet. Let them do their thing. I linger to listen, curious despite myself. They move to the Soulless's other side, engrossed in the duty of studying its many eyes. Sensory lag would be a problem, but how does it compensate for the neurological input? I wonder. Maybe they caught sight of me in their peripheral vision, or maybe they heard me, slightly shifting. The hunter jolts upright, eyes wide, landing on me. You're still here. What do you want? I saw you at the cenobium earlier. Do students there usually go Soulless hunting at night? I wouldn't know. I'm not a student. A teacher then? Yeah, I like a little bit of breathiness, I think, in Min's voice. I think a little breathiness will go a long way. They might look a bit young for that, but my own teacher used to tell me about how she became a cenobium lecturer as a teenager, so it's not impossible. No. Then, what were you? Before I can finish my question, they interrupt me. What are you thinking, traveling alone at night? This is far from the worst thing haunting Lowtown. I can't make heads or tails of them. First they save me and now they scold me. Lesson learned. I could do without the lecturing, though. To my surprise, they break eye contact. They frown through their disapproval, and though their disapproval doesn't seem directed at me. If you're not going to run off screaming, you might as well wait until I'm done. Their attention glides back to the Soulless's corpse. They examine it with an inscrutable expression. I clear my throat to fill the silence. I'm Zander. Min. Suddenly, Min tenses. Their blade flashes as they drive it into the back of the Soulless's neck. Good work. Always confirm the kill. The Soulless thrashes once, letting out a rattling hiss as air leaves its lungs. Min leans on the blade, driving it deeper and deeper until there's a sickening crunch, and the creature goes limp. My heart thuds in my chest. It must be clinging to life by a thread. Min straightens up, withdrawing their blade in a single smooth motion. Better to put wretched things like this out of their misery. They're calm. They calmly clean the blood from their knife. I swallow, my eyes still glued to the cooling corpse. Are you some kind of scientist? Min stops mid-motion, lifting their head to stare at me. You knew exactly where to strike. Have you studied anatomy or medicine? Not quite. Why is a Soulless inside the city? Min looks at me, eyes searching before realization dawns. You're new here. There are no walls around the city. Soulless can come and go as they please, until someone's contracted to stop them. The Cenobian patrols don't bother to protect Lowtown. Not anymore. Let me guess. You're not a fan of the Cenobian? I wouldn't go that far. Either way, looks like I owe you. Min's brow abruptly furrows, and they sheath their knife, motioning for me to follow. It's not safe here. The vultures can smell death. I'm not quite sure what they mean, but I don't want to stay in this city. I trail them as they stride down the street. If it's so dangerous, then why are you helping? I came for the bounty on that Soulless, and you're in the way. Not killing you isn't the same as helping you. Don't count on being so lucky again, or you'll be dead by sunrise. Their answer is stingingly harsh. You know what? Fine. Fed up with their hot and cold attitude, I don't bother holding back anymore. Fine. You know what? I don't know why you dive in out of nowhere to help kill some dangerous Soulless, then be rude to the person you helped, but go right ahead. Min blinks, staring at me like my head just spun around on my neck. They open their mouth, and they close it, looking uncertain. I forge onwards, gathering steam. Yeah, that stops you, doesn't it? When you're direct, it puts the brakes on you. You're not so fucking mysterious now, are you, Min? All the mysterious assassin type. Suddenly, the brakes get pumped when I go, yeah, I don't have fucking time for this. You want to do whatever the fuck you want to do, then that's fine. Just don't do it around me. Bye. Like, as soon as I hit that, go, wait, I think I like them. That's... yeah. Soon as those brakes get pumped, soon as they do. Is this what it's like dealing with me? I'll need to ask. I'll need to ask some of... I have a list of people I must ask. Netherlings like brats confirmed. I was just trying to get back to my lodgings. How was I supposed to know there'd be dangerous Soulless hunting in the streets? You don't have to be an asshole about it. You're not as spineless as you look. They sigh and shake their head. It's too dangerous at this hour. I'll take you wherever you're staying. After all that, the offer catches me off guard. When they realize I'm staring, they look away with a huff. You aren't wrong, and it'll be faster to take you there myself. I have a room at the Wetwick. At the name, Min's face falls. That gaudy cesspit. Not a fan? It's full of drunks and idiots. What do you think? True, it doesn't seem like that kind of place. They like that. Min blushed when I was like, shut the fuck up, I'll do this on my own. Min blushed. That was like, fine, I'll help you or whatever. Fuck you. Fine. You told me fuck you and like you could do it on your own, so now I want to help. Like, the fuck is that? You told me fuck you, I can do this myself, and now all I want to do is help. Well, that's where I'm staying. Are you taking back your offer? Min exhales sharply and shakes their head. This way. Min's route is completely different from my slow early morning meandering. Their steps are swift and sure, even though all the streets blur together in the dark. You know this city pretty well. I grew up here. I think that's the first thing they've told me voluntarily since we met. Was it always like this? Min's gaze wanders, dragging along the dingy buildings. I struggle to decipher their expression. Regret? No. Aridia was never perfect, but it used to be a place worth living. I can't make heads or tails of Min's answer. Aridia is the last bastion of humanity in the wasteland. Where else is worth living? Just subscribe, love the accent? Why, thank you. I just had my 2.0, so this is all a new look for me as well. So welcome, come on in. We do lots of story-driven games here, and heck, it's kind of a cozy place. Lots of chatting, lots of hanging out with the viewers, and of course, the Netherlings and everyone. And we do very cozy story-driven stuff. So if you're new here, welcome. Hit that subscribe button. Teehee. The Wetwick. It's not much farther now. In no time at all, the shadowy alleyways of Lowtown give way to the brightly lit avenues and crowds of lively people. Oh, look at this! Is so pretty. This is so pretty. This is 11 out of 10. Ooh, 11 out of 10. This is fantastic. I'm telling you, Touchstarved devs, just let me make a TTRPG out of this. Let me do it. Let me do it. Come on. I'll do it for free. I'll do it for free. Plus. I've made TTRPGs before. It's as if half the city has poured into the Amaryllis district's colourful streets. Laughter, clinking glasses, and music assault my ears from every direction. Yet most of the noise comes from the Wetwick. Its doors hang wide open. Bright lanterns frame a tall, familiar figure. Zander and Min, I see. It's hard to say which one of us is more surprised. You know each other? Min is a freelancer who has done a few errands for me. They're quite reliable. Though I can't say I remember you ever escorting travelers. Zander nearly walked into the jaws of a Soulless. I thought bringing him here would be less trouble. Ah, if you're staying here, I take it Leander was able to help you? As it happens, I was also headed in that direction. Shall we? Nah, fine. He still owes me for yesterday's work. Min drags their feet, reluctantly trailing me into the tavern. Bruh, Kuras' hair is a crime. He does not deserve hair that good. As soon as the doors open, a wave of sticky heat rolls over me. In the hours since I left, the wick has grown suffocatingly crowded. Kuras stands a head taller than most. Even so, I nearly lose sight of him amid the sea of swarming bodies. Pardon me. As if on cue, the crowd parts. Kuras glances over his shoulder at Min before guiding us through. How can anyone breathe in here? Min follows at a clipped pace. Behind the bar, Leander holds a pair of shot glasses brimming with luminous green liquid. And for now, the finishing touch. A flash of magic paints the glasses with white frost. You'll never guess what's in these. He slides the glasses across the counter, and I get my third and fourth shocks of the evening in rapid succession. Ace leans against the bar, an elbow propping up the counter. He catches the glasses and lifts one to the light before turning it upside down. The contents, magically congealed, stay firmly in place. You're supposed to make drinks, pretty boy. Don't tell me you're wasted already. Via, perched on the counter beside Ace, looks at the shot glass and shakes his head. What have we here? A bucket of boogers, Leander's nose treasure. I've eaten worse. Via's lips tremble and his ears flatten when offered a glass. Ace snickers. Coward. Don't tell me you're actually... In one fluid motion, Ace throws his head back and downs the shot. Drinking that. A dark look crosses Ace's face. It's chewy. Chewy? Wait, let me try that again. Behind me, Min grumbles. I told you this place was a nest of degenerates. It's as if it isn't Kuras and Min. At the sound of Leander's voice, Min's pale eyes grow wide. They look ready to bolt until Kuras sets a hand on their shoulder. This will not take long, I promise. Min's eyes dart from Kuras's hand to his face, and then soften. Fine, you first. While they step forward, I linger behind, struck by a sudden revelation. All of the people I've met today know each other. Good evening, Leander. Ace, another drinking competition, I presume? Is it evening already? Just some friendly rivalry, Doctor. Wait, is it evening already? Just some friendly rivalry, Doctor. No need to be alarmed. Kuras acknowledges Leander and Ace with a slight nod, ignoring Via entirely. Not that Via seems to mind. He tilts his head, lips curving into an impish smile when he spots Min brooding behind Kuras. I almost didn't see you there, Min. Looking for your booster seat? Oh, there's Via making fun of people's heights. See, I knew we'd get along. Min pushes their hood back and levels Via with a cool look. I thought pets weren't allowed in here. Via's eyes narrow. Oh. At the first sign of an impending fight, Leander vaults over the counter. Let's try and keep the peace. It's not every day that the esteemed doctor takes us up on a drink. His arm snakes around Kuras' shoulders. You are finally taking up that drink, right, Kuras? I'm afraid not. You're merely escorting Zander back to his lodgings. Kuras gestures in my direction, and my stomach sinks. I reluctantly step into the light. Leander's face brightens as soon as he sees me. Zander, it's been too long. Everyone, this is Zander. He's new to Aridia. I feel 4 pairs of eyes fix on me, and suddenly the bar seems suffocatingly small. My voice nearly catches in my throat. Hi. Again. Hi again, everyone. Again. Again? You've met? Ace and Via guard me with a subtly amused expression. We did. Not long ago either. To think we'd cross paths once again. Must be fate. I roll my eyes. Via looks far too pleased with himself. This calls for drinks. I'm buying. All eyes turn to Leander, freeing me from the burden of attention. Look at these guys. Look at Pookie. Look at them all. Look at them. Ah. Look at them all. Oh, goodness gracious. My gosh. Hee hee hee. Also, look at Veer's thighs. Look at Veer's thighs. Look at those. That's great. I can't wait to leave bite marks on them. Not gonna lie though, Ace could also kind of low-key steal me if he wasn't so much of a dick. I still can't believe they all know each other, and watching them talk among themselves is surreal. But for the first time since I undertook this journey to Aridia, I feel a faint glimmer of hope. I know, I was meant to meet them. The low, pleasant rumble of Leander's laughter pulls me from my restless thoughts. I've got to admit, I'm surprised. You make friends fast, Zander. I wouldn't go that far. But more like acquaintances. A wise man once said that acquaintances are merely friends you haven't shared a drink with yet. A wise man? You said that here last week. Min's lips curl with distaste, but Leander continues unperturbed. Then let's toast to Zander's health. Care to join in, Doctor? Kuras politely declines with a wave of his hand. How about you, Min? No. You? No. A resounding pop pierces the din of the bar. We all turn to find the bartender pouring champagne from an old bottle, its label worn blank. He hands the drink to Veer. When did they start serving champagne here? Veer pauses to lick the foam from his fingers with a coy smile. Uh-huh. I have an image in my mind. Resounding rise, thank you for the super. Slams credit card on the table. How much for the man with the tail? I only just woke up and got coffee. I forgot his name. Lamau. Veer? Listen, I'm trying to get Veer as well. We gotta share. You don't mind, do you? In a blink, the concern on Leander's face vanishes. No, be my guest. While chuckling, Leander shoots the bartender a questioning look. Completely disinterested at his company, Ace cocks his head at me with a light smile. How about you, little sparrow? I did say I'd buy you a drink. No, my treat. Ace regards Leander's over the rim of his glass, and in the dim light, the glint in his eyes looks downright dangerous. What'll it be, Zander? I'll take that drink. I'll take that drink. I'll take you up on that drink, as long as it's not one of those green shots. Don't knock them till you've tried them. They taste better than they look. Somehow I doubt that, but I hold my tongue. Min and Kuras drift towards one end of the bar. Both seem eager to have a moment to leave at a moment's notice, and neither has ordered anything. Ace and Veer linger. Several glasses stand empty between them, and the two show no signs of slowing down. Here we go. Okay, now we save. This is where the branches happen. This is where the branching endings happen, everyone. We're going to start with Ace and Veer. Ace's eyes meet mine in a flash of red. He gives a smile that's too wide to be reassuring. Don't worry. Leander's more likely to slip poison into my drink than yours. Excuse me? He considers his cup, a tumbler of amber-colored whiskey. Leander's tried to kill me a dozen times by now, but it's always a gamble. See, they sat Ace and Veer together. That's too powerful. If they'd split the two of them up, then it would have been a difficult choice. But literally, it's like, hey, there's the cool kids table. They're offering you a seat. Veer looks my way with half-lit gaze, softened by his third glass of champagne. If I were you, I wouldn't let Leander put anything in my mouth. He grins, revealing the sharp white tips of his fangs. The Wetwick is one of Aridia's finest drinking establishments. Allow us to treat you to the best this city has to offer. May I interest you in the signature watered-down drink, or perhaps some stale nut leather? He gestures at a chipped ceramic bowl filled with spindly, speckled jerky that I can only assume is nut leather. What is with the food in this city? If this place is as foul as you say, then how come it's extremely packed? It's not all bad. Depending on the day, the food's edible. Ace takes a measured sip of his drink. Gotta stick around for the real attraction, though. Before I can respond, Leander returns with a tumbler and sets it in front of me. A strip of orange peel bobs in a pool of thin, red alcohol. I sniff the drink, and to my relief, the smell is the sweet scent of pomegranates with an undercurrent of fermented fruit. Relax, it's just the local specialty, pomegranate wine. Although, if you're feeling more adventurous... I shake my head. Leander raps his knuckles against the bar until the group falls silent. All right, everyone. A toast. May Zander's stay in Aridia be full of bright adventures and discoveries. Cheers. Leander, Ace, and Veer raise their glasses in unison. Min only crosses their arms and Kuras watches with a polite indifference. I tip my drink back. The wine is eye-wateringly strong, despite a sharp, bitter edge. It goes down smoothly. One sip softens the edge of my vision. The next fades the din of the crowded bar into a low, persistent murmur. I find myself unwinding for what feels like the first time in years. Well, aren't you the popular one, Zander? You must have met Kuras first. It would be more accurate to say that I found him. He saved my life. Merely performing my duty as a doctor. Although, I do admit, I was confused when I woke up naked. Leander makes a choked noise. Somewhere behind him, Min sighs. It's not what you think. Zander was in grave condition. I could hardly treat such injuries through tattered clothes. The silence that follows stretches uncomfortably long. I look away, unable to face Kuras' disappointment, and catch Veer snickering behind his hand. That's my cue to change the topic. Kuras isn't the only one who saved me today. They ain't slick using pomegranates? Wait, Voltebella, thank you for the super. Wait, they ain't slick using pomegranate. Wait, what does that mean? Wait. They ain't slick using... Wait, what? Wait, why? Wait, did it go over my head? Am I dumb? Wait, what? Why? Wait, what? What? Wait a minute. Oh, it's underworld symbolism. Oh, that's how Persephone got Hades. Oh. Tee-hee. Don't you listen? I didn't save you. You were simply there. That's Min for you. Leander reaches for Min, but they duck under his arm with practiced ease. As reliable as they are moody. You're one to talk, considering you neglected to warn him to stay off the streets at night. What? Of course I warned him, I think. Min's only response was a short breath. At any rate, I never got the chance to thank you, Min. Don't. The less Soulless alive, the better. Min's eyes flick towards Ace's. Their lips twist. Ace is too busy nodding along to Veer's enthusiastic pantomime of stabbing to notice. I've had enough of this hellhole. Let's go. Min and Kuras share a brief look. Then, the doctor speaks up.
Very well, but there is something I'd like to discuss with Leander. If you'll excuse us, Zander.
And just like that, the three of them depart, leaving me to savor my drink in silence. Or so I think, until I hear a voice so soft and low. It's practically a purr.
Lost your tour guide?
I turn to find two pairs of slit eyes trained on me. It's not lost on me that Ace and Veer chose to pounce the instant the others left. Please pounce. Please. Please. This is literally my dream. This is more than fine. I'm exactly where I want to be. Don't help me. This is like best of both bread. Like, you got the whole meal, and then you got the tasty version as well. Like, it's fine. This is fine. Literally Hovis best of both right here. I don't need to be saved. It's not lost on me that Ace and Veer chose to pounce the moment the others left. Of course, I'd be stuck with two of the most irritating people I've met all day. Monsters or not, there's no telling what I'd do if either of them pushed me again.
Don't tell me Leander snuck out to get back to... Don't tell me Leander snuck out back to get his knob slobbered.
He's got business with Kuras and Min.
2-on-1 business, huh? Lucky.
I can't tell if it's the champagne or the company, but Vera's grown notably more relaxed. He sits with his chin propped up on the back of his hand. His tail swings lazily.
Why are you so far away? Come join us.
He pats the empty bar stool beside Ace, and I hesitate. The smile Vera wears is sweet and distinctively shy, and with drinks in the mix, I dread how he and Ace will mess with me next. We don't bite. I'm not so sure about that. He's already tried to rob me, and you threatened me. And nah, thank you very much for the super. Zanny and the best monster sandwich. And so not jelly. This is great. This is great. We got monster. We got animal monster that side. We got kind of demon monster that side. And we got Incubus in the middle. We got a little devil in the middle. We go monster, devil. We go monster, demon with devil in the middle. This works. I'm fine. It's great. Hell, it's all good. I'm fine with this.
Me? Steal? You must be mistaken.
You sure it was me? Yes, it was you. And then you had the gall to kick me out so you could go drinking. Ace gives another one of his shrugs. I had to give you a reason to come looking. Miss me already? I stared at him flatly, unimpressed by his deflection. Veer suddenly leans towards me, gossamer sleeves pooling where he rests his elbows on his knees. Sits his hand down on Veer's waist. I sets his hand on Veer's waist, narrowly preventing him from tipping off the counter. You two? Wait. Oh. Are they? Are we? Oh.
I'm afraid we got off on the wrong foot. How about we start afresh, Begin with proper introductions and whatnot. I'll start. The name's Veer. I'm a soulless hunter of no small renown. Veer's hand flutters to his chest, and he bows his head, flinching when hair falls over his eyes. Hayes doesn't say anything, so I suppose it's my turn now. It's Zander. Veer considers me for a long moment, his tail idly swinging behind him. Then, he knocks back the rest of his champagne. A pleasure to formally meet you, Zander. He says my name slowly, deliberately, savoring every syllable. A tingle jumps down my spine. I quickly turn my gaze away. He smirks at my reaction. Is something funny? Nope. I open my mouth and close it just as quickly. They want me to react, goading me into another ridiculous game. While their sharp, cat-like eyes keep me on edge, something about this tension is fun. It must be the wine. A flash of white over Ace's shoulder catches my eye. Across the bar, Kuras is headed for the door. I don't see Leander or Min, but it feels wrong to let the doctor leave without saying goodbye. I'll be back. Veer grins and waves at me as I leave. I slip through the crowd, careful not to touch anyone, but as I'm nearing Kuras... Go! I stagger, shoulder checked by a man with a neck twice as large as his head. He stares down at me, nostrils flaring. Out of my way, shit stain. My words spill out on their own. Watch it! I regret them as soon as they leave my mouth. Fucking wine. The lowlife wheels around, shoving an adder out of the way so he can close in on me. What did you say? He shoves me backwards, sending me stumbling to the sticky floor. I'm fine, but my heart leaps to my throat when I see him bearing down on me. Hey, you trying to start something here? The lowlife freezes, his fist cocked back as a group of adders circle him, sizing him up. For what feels like an agonizing long time, the lowlife looks from me to the adders. Finally, he sniffs and spits on the floor next to me. The wad narrowly misses my cheek. Screw it. Too many freaks in this circus tonight. He turns his back on me and comes face to face with Ace. He gives the lowlife a dangerous smile. You'll do. What happens next is a blur. Ace's fist crashes into the man's jaw, causing a frenzy of gasps, shouts, and even cheers. I scramble to my feet as the frantic crowd swarms around me. Through the ruckus, I hear Leander shouting, "Take it outside, Ace!" Everyone! Drinks are on me! With that, the wick erupts into hoots and cheers. The ring around me disperses, the adders and onlookers rush towards the bar. Through the thinning crowd I catch glimpses of familiar faces. Ace vanishes out the back, dragging the lowlife behind him. Kuras lingers near the door, searching, I suspect, for any wounded before he departs. Min draws their hood up, tight as they duck out the side door. While Veer leans over the counter to swipe a glass of wine from behind the bar. And Leander, seated at the opposite end of the bar, gestures dramatically and apologetically at the bartender. In a heartbeat, I realize there's no telling when or if I'll see any of them ever again. Whoever I pursue may be the last person I get to speak to tonight, if I follow. Alright, here's the save. We'll start at the top and work our way down. How does that sound? More branches? Indeed. Hey guys, I'm just gonna like lean down and get a quick, there we go. I'm just gonna grab a quick drink if that's okay. My throat's getting a little bit dry. Don't worry, I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Just cause I gotta do a bunch of voices back to back. So give me 2 seconds. Yeah. This ain't even a BRB, this is me leaning over. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Here we go. Chill the bevy, as it were. There we go. Ah, very nice.
That drink better be water, Zanny.
Yeah, it's totally water. What do you... It's definitely water. I'm definitely... Yeah, that's water. Yeah. That's... Yeah, totally water. Yes. Let's see what Ace has to say. Water's an ingredient. Listen, FSP said I'm allowed to drink on stream, okay? They're fine with it. I have permission. Morbid curiosity draws me after Ace. I slink out behind the back of the Wetwick. The alley is dead silent. Not really what I expected from a fight. A dull crunch reaches my ears, and then a thud. I peer around the corner of the building, careful to keep hidden. Dark, glistening red coats the ground, spidering down shallow ridges in the cobblestone. It guides my eye to a collapsed body across from me. Once so violent, the lowlife is now little more than a sack of crumpled flesh blotted with mud. Ace exhales, his breath misting the cold air. Blood flecks his knuckles as he looms over the motionless man. Fear spreads like ice in my bones. Moments ago he was joking and friendly with the others, but now... Ace's crimson eyes find me in the dark. Not running, little sparrow. I warily rise to my feet, moonlight illuminating my face. I thought I was out of sight. Got eyes in the back of my head. Ace steps off the man. My eyes stay completely locked on the body. It's wet, with layers of blood and grime, and completely still. He's alive. Are you sure? Calling me a killer or a liar? Killer? Yeah, killer. Oh. I think you're a killer before you're a liar. Killer. In fact, I bet you've killed more people than you can count. I'm flattered. I've honed my instincts. It's the only way to survive in the wild. Sharpen your instincts so that if you encounter something truly dangerous, you can survive. By running, preferably, yet here I am, still standing in front of Ace. You scared? You won't hurt me. It comes out less confident than I'd like. His eyes flick down to my body and then up again. Not like him, at least. Ace tries to rub his reddened knuckles clean, but ends up smearing blood around more. Keep making bad impressions on you. I didn't know you cared about my opinion. Just preferred if you didn't piss yourself when we talked. Annoyance bubbles in my chest. Well, I'm not pissing myself, even with all your bad impressions. Like the first time we met, Ace chips away at my fear, replacing it with irritation instead. He kneels beside the lowlife and frisks him. I can't help but wonder if the crime was worth the punishment, but I hold my tongue. Deftly, Ace's hands search through the man's pocket. It doesn't take him long to find his prize, a cigarette and a matchbook. He strikes the match,
Sparks illuminate his angular features with a golden glow. It's distracting for a moment, but my gaze invariably drops back to the muddy body. You just gonna leave him there? Ace draws from the cigarette. He exhales heavily. Smoke curling past his lips. I breathe in a sweet, splendid spice. As his tension melts away, he looks at me with a cool, lidded gaze. Should I give him a blanket? Unbothered by the maybe corpse, he takes a seat on a crate opposite the bar. I stand awkwardly, forgetting why I came out in the first place. An unpleasant silence stretches between us. Weather's nice. Cold, murky, and humid, he means. I want to believe he's teasing me, but for all I know, this is pleasant for Aridia. Was Princess good company? Who? He takes another long drag. His metal rings catch the light of the cigarette in a flash of red. The Soulless who escorted you back. You named it Princess? Jealous? I return his smile. You have no idea. I think your nickname's more fitting. Sparrow. I'm not sure where Ace got it from. Maybe I should tell him to call me by my name, but it's kinda nice. Not that I'd ever tell him that. Before I can dissect my feelings, I quickly change the subject back to the Soulless. She was cute. She was kinda cute, in a weird way. I glance absent-mindedly at my hand, remembering how she nuzzled my palm. Ace's eyes soften for a brief moment. Her tail wouldn't stop going when she got back. A group of them don't get much attention. Think she's cute now. Wait till you see her tricks. You taught her tricks? Princess is a smart one. She'll learn anything if you have the right rewards. Sounds about right. She'll do anything if she have the right rewards. Yeah, that feels too low for him. The idea of tamed Soulless is still outlandish to me. I was attacked by a mindless, bloodthirsty beast, and he's talking about them like they're pets. But it's possible because of the seaspring. I need to get the answers he wouldn't give me before. I carefully take a seat beside him on the crate, contemplating my strategy. Ace doesn't seem to mind. He closes his eyes, tilts his head back against the wall, relaxed. Without the pressure of his intense gaze, I feel myself ease up, as long as I keep my attention away from the bloody heap across from us. I glance over at Ace and let my eyes linger. A sea glass-coloured tattoo spirals up his arm, painting over grooves of muscle. Silver jewelry glints in the moonlight, drawing my eyes to his bare chest, rough hands, carved jaw. His eyes, his horns, his pupils, everything about Ace is sharp, even the fangs that he only shows when he grins. Not many scars though. Strange, save for the one cut along his brow. Ace is unmarked for how seasoned he acts. I have a theory. I have a theory. I have a game theory. I have a game theory. I have a game theory. My game theory is that Ace isn't Ace. The Seaspring, he's actually way, way older than we give credit for. And the Seaspring lets him jump bodies into like other people. So when one body he has kind of dies out, he's able to jump into the next one because he's the Seaspring's protector. So it lets him continue jumping from person to person. And whenever someone like drinks from the Seaspring, he's able to essentially become them when his old body wears out and like transfer his consciousness. And that would be why he's so seasoned and has such an understanding, yet also doesn't have very many scars and is so young and looks new, but is still able to control the Soulless like he's their leader. That's my game theory right now. Like, my whole thing is that when one body wears out, he's able to let that body die, go back into the seaspring, and then jump into one of the other ones that drank from it. That's my game theory. Like, I don't know if that's true, but it would make a weird amount of sense. What with the tattoos, that's his personalization of each body he gets. The minor scarring. Like, I don't think his true form is the tentacle, but I think that he's protecting the tentacle, so the tentacles granted him that ability. I don't know, that's my guess. What's your verdict? I whip my head in the opposite direction. What verdict? Got a long, good look. Were you impressed? Or do I need work? My face grows hot. I've seen worse. He responds with a low chuckle, draped in smoke. Keeps daring then. My embarrassment spikes. Without thinking, I blurt out a new topic. I have a question about this seaspring. Boredom eclipses his amusement in this instant. Why are you fumbling the bag, MC? He closes his eyes again. Of course you do. I thought I made myself clear about what you'd be giving up. Yeah, before you kicked me out to go drinking, but I need to know more. My turn for a question. Sounds more like an order. I bristle under his narrow gaze. Fine. He takes a long pull from his cigarette and lets the smoke trail slowly from his nose. Your curse. What about it? This song and dance is all too familiar. The selfish questions come first. What does it do? Is it painful? Can you control it? I brace myself for the inevitable onslaught. Is the thought of living with it really so unbearable? My dread dies with his words. No one has ever asked me that before. You've survived this long. Unless you're running out of time. I'd wonder if it's really worth the sacrifice. He flicks the cigarette aside and pops his head on blood-smeared knuckles. But what do I know? I'm just an outsider. My fingers fuss with the trim of my cloak. Ordinarily I'd be annoyed, but now my chest feels tight. You could have sold me if you were less honest. You're a shit salesman. He laughs under his breath. Only when I like the buyer. We lapse into silence again. This time it's surprisingly nice. The quiet, chilled air is a balm on my nerves. You know, you didn't seem like an outsider back at the bar. A lot of people like you. Mace raises his brow at me. I start by asking about Via. I gotta know. What's the... You trying to... I'm just saying. How familiar are you with the base of Veer's tale? I was surprised to see that you and Veer are close. Blessing and a curse. From what I've gathered, most people think he's, I don't know, an asshole? Yeah, water's wet. I wait for him to elaborate, but he doesn't. So, what do you like about him? Ace lets out a quiet laugh. A lot of things. You already named one. You like that he's an asshole? And hey, what's up, Rhizors? Hello, welcome on in here, Rhizar and the Rhizors. Come on in. We're playing some Touchstarved. The 2.0 demo just released and we're going through some of the endings right now. So you arrived at the perfect time. If you're a little bit familiar with the game Touchstarved, it's a visual novel. It's a good one. It's a damn good one. It's releasing late this year, maybe start of next year, but they just released a 2.0 of the demo with expanded scenes, extra dialogue, bonus options, and an entirely new character background to play with. So
if you're interested in all of that, then heck, we're playing with a new character background, and we're getting to see some of the final interactions that have been remixed and rewritten for the 2.0 demo. So I hope you enjoy. What were you guys up to with Ryzar? What were you guys up to some sinful stuff? What were you guys doing? What were you guys up to? What was the haps, kids? Fashion Dreamer. Fashion Dreamer. Is that's like the Nintendo Switch one, right? Or like the Roblox one? Wait, which one's that? Which one's Fashion Dreamer? Wait a minute, which one's Fashion Dreamer? That's the Switch one. Ah, yeah, the Switch one. Okay, yeah, I got you. I'll have to give that a try when I get my my capture card at some point. Oh, goodness. Roblox is dressed in fact. Yeah, that's it. All right. You like that he's an asshole?
Temperament matches the drapes. Looks good in blood and better in tears.
Looks good in blood and better in tears?
Very nice. Favorite thing's the tail. Sometimes it frizzes up if you...
He catches himself, clears his throat. It's not hard to let the disappointment show in my expression. No, keep going. What?
Veer's one of the most innocent people you'll meet. Just don't listen to a single thing he says.
Well, that was confusing. Leander, what's the deal?
You and Leander clearly get along well. You like Leander?
Doesn't everyone? He's helped me a lot since I arrived in Aridia. He even got me a free room at the Wetwick.
His charm has gotten him far, but for a leader, he sure likes it when others take charge.
Part of me desperately wants to ask what he means, but Ace continues before I get the chance.
Surprised we get along?
I thought you'd beat each other's throats, not drinking buddies. His smile is easy, but there's a dangerous edge to it.
Leander's done a good job. For a human. Naturally, there'll come a time where his resolve is tested. Same could be said for anyone. In this plane or the next. As for my resolve, stick around in Aridia long enough, you'll find out.
I nod slowly. I can't decide if that's a promise or a threat.
Got any more observations, Sparrow?
Kuras, what's the deal with Kuras? I didn't know you and Kuras were friends.
In a way. I help him at the clinic sometimes. Doctor doesn't let most people in an arm's length.
And you do?
Hard on my sleeve. Get the sense that Kuras was like that in the past. Must have been burned.
He trails off, then shrugs. He opens his own ways,
if relaxed enough.
Can't imagine that.
You'd be surprised. Even the doctor has an endearing side.
Can't decide what's more intriguing. The fact that Kuras has an endearing side, or that Ace has managed to coax it out of him.
Tell me if you uncover any other secrets. I'd kill to know more.
I guess Min? I don't know. Min has to be the one I'm kind of like least interested in. Not gonna lie. Min is probably the one that I'm most like, yeah. Because yeah, we got the least time with Min overall. And it's time where Min's being a tsundere. And I'm like, Min, listen, you gotta be less tsundere if you want me to come back for more, okay? At least give me a little something out the gate, you know? Maybe Min doesn't necessarily like you, but they definitely pay attention to you. Ace's exasperated reaction takes me off guard. He growls and pinches the bridge of his nose.
I make enemies as easy as I breathe, Sparrow. Doesn't bother me, but that dove's got it out for me for no reason.
Maybe they're just unsettled by the seaspring.
It's not about that. Goes without saying that they've got some issues. Don't think they understand that if you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. Honey's always left a bad taste in my mouth in the past. Could be the same for them. At least you're capable of conversation. Do me a favor. Teach the doves some manners. Thought they'd lay off eventually if I didn't bite. Hasn't happened yet. I briefly consider the possibility that Min wants to get bitten, but I'm not about to propose that. My main point, speaking from experience, is that being an outsider usually means you don't have friends. I don't. I level him with a tiled look. Fine, I'll confess I have one friend. Don't say yourself. 𝓂𝓸𝓾𝓻. 𝓂𝓸𝓾𝓻? The fuck is that? The tentacle monster? Is that what the tentacle monster's called? Just the tentacle monster. 𝓂𝓸𝓾𝓻? That's new. My skin prickles at the name. My hair standing on end. Who's that? A friend. It lives in my head. It lives in your head. Ace taps his temple with a finger. Right here. Scared you off yet? That'd be a bad third impression I've made on you today. I'm stunned for a long moment, processing what he just told me. Then I burst into a fit of laughter. You're serious? Ace grins wide enough to flash his fangs. Deadly. It sounds so fucking absurd, especially on top of everything I've gone through the past 2 days. It's like I'm living a fever dream. I've come close to death more times than I can count. I've encountered tamed Soulless and a horrifying group mind. And now I'm supposed to believe that there's someone living inside Ace's head. There are tears in my eyes by the time I rein myself in. Ace waits patiently, lips quirked in amusement. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. It's just you make it sound so normal. The tension that while my shoulder's so tight has melted away. For the first time in a long time, I don't feel like I'm bracing to break. I feel like I can breathe. Then, Ace lifts his head. His thumb finds the hollow beneath my eye, brushing away a tear with a maddening softness, like he doesn't want to startle me. It's a nice laugh. Dukas! Where in the rat's arse are you? A shout cracks the spell. A raucous, gruff shout echoes down the streets, followed by the thunder of heavy boots sloshing through the mud. The voices share the lowlife's accent, the same lowlife who still may be dead, lying bloodied across from us. I nearly forgot about him. I jump to my feet as their voices get louder. They're closing in quick. Ace pulls me by the wrist out of the alleyway, away from the beaming moonlight. We dive into a nook between buildings, veiled in the dark shade of a tattered canopy. It's a tight fit. Ace boxes me against the wall. He towers over me, his body all but pressed against mine. For the second time today, the heady scent of smoke envelops me, now cut with a metallic tinge of someone else's blood. Ace pitches his voice lower. Quiet. My heart leaps into my throat. I'm suddenly acutely aware of the heat radiating off face, the feeling of his legs grazing my thigh, the closeness of his breath. This is bad. I squirm against him and earn a burning crimson glare. Do we really have to? His hand covers my mouth, muffling my whispers. He shakes his head. Don't. Damn. He's over here. Damn, he's over here. 𝓂𝓾𝓻, wake up! You bastard! A group of individuals, all brandishing spiked weapons, fill the alley. They wear violet sashes, some kind of uniform? I wish I could see what they were doing, but Ace's arm blocks my sight. My eyes trail up the tear markings that coil around his arm and bicep. They lead to his collarbone, and past the cords hanging around his neck. And to the smuggest smirk I've ever seen, I'm a brat. I move before I can think, opening my palm, opening my mouth enough to bare my teeth and bite down on Ace's palm. Hard. He winces, surprise flashing across his face as his hand leaves my mouth and I gasp for air. My breath is rapid from the adrenaline, but it's only when I lick my lips and taste the metallic tang of blood that I realize I broke skin. Panic builds in my chest. My body tenses, bracing for his reaction. Every movement he makes is slow and deliberate. He bends down, leans close to my ear, and in a husky whisper only I can hear, "At least someone drew blood today." A hot thrill jolts through me. For a heartbeat, I forgot to breathe. He's into it! Oh, he's into it!
At least someone drew blood today.
Like, oh... Oh, okay. Alright, I see it. Alright. Well. Well. Well, we found someone who's matching my freak. That's good to know. The voices in the alleyway grab Ace's attention this time. Shit! He's got more broken ribs than our ones. What kind of freak did this? Fair out. We find the one responsible. You three, take Dukish back to the base. At least he's still breathing. The alley clears out as footsteps rush away from us. We stay still until the distant, melting into the rumble of the quarter. When we finally step back into the moonlight, the night air is on my skin. Dazed, I feel the need to keep my eyes off Ace at all costs. Was that really necessary? Could ask you the same thing. Didn't know sparrows could bite. You're lucky I didn't do worse. Try me. The thought of wiping that shitty grin off his face is definitely tempting. Staying hidden was the best option. Would be a hassle to run into them with you here. What, because I'm dead weight? Because 3 bad impressions are enough for one day. The answer is too vague for my liking, but he's probably right. Either way, I don't have the energy to argue. Come on, Sparrow. Let's get you home before you're framed for murder. Very funny. We reach the front of the Wetwick too quickly. I hate to admit it, but I don't want to separate from Ace just yet. And it's not because he never answered, and it's not just because he never answered my question. He's infuriating. And as much as he makes me feel on edge, he can also make me feel safe. Secure. Somehow. You know where to find me. Ah, the creepiest place in the world, right? Mm-hmm. Take your time before you decide to drink, though. I happen to like your shitty attitude. It takes me a moment to process that, and then my eyes flutter down to my feet. And keep that in mind. When I glance back up from the ground, Ace is already down the street, disappearing into the throng of people. No fanfare. Not even a wave. Asshole. Well. That's interesting. So, out of curiosity, was that... Let's keep going down Ace's route. The Demon Renegade. Thank you for playing. Oh, there's the thank you for... Ah, okay, okay. Okay, so that's just choose your favorite. Alright, okay, I see. That wasn't like play the bit, that was choose your favorite and it gets reported back. So, that's Ace. Let's go with Kuras. I feel like Kuras is going to be an interesting choice here, right? Canonically, the bad attitude is also his favorite thing about Veer. Honestly, Veer's terrible attitude is my favorite thing about Veer. I love Veer. Veer is so mean and horrible and, like, mean and mean and mean and mean. I like it. I like it. All right, let's see Kuras. Brat recognizes Brat. Exactly. Who's going to out-Brat the other? Hot on Kuras's heels, I squeeze out of the bar. Of everyone I've met, he seems the most likely to help me, and the least likely to murder me on a whim. This morning, he said I could go to the clinic whenever I needed help. Time to see if he's a man of his words. I breathe a sigh of relief once I'm free of the crowded bar. Hearing me, Kuras turns my way. Zander, I take it the Amaryllis district is not to your liking? I shake my head. I went from wandering the wilds to swimming through a sea of drunk hooligans. It's hard not to feel so smothered. It's a bit overwhelming, but that's not why I stepped out. You do not require treatment after that fall, do you? I scowl up at him, and he holds out his hand in a mollifying gesture. I apologize, Zander. Please, continue. There you are. Someone cuts across me towards Kuras, stopping us both in the middle of the street. Even in the dim pink haze that blankets everything, there's no mistaking her pressed white uniform. She's from the Cenobium. Though the flourishes on her clothing, she looks a bit different from the others I've seen. I swiftly step back, making myself as inconspicuous as possible. Nervous onlookers sidestepped Kuras and the cleric, as they form an island of white in a sea of people teeming with colour. Is this a bad time? Persistence is not always a virtue. That's what you said last time. Then take this, and be gone. Kuras reaches into his coat and produces 3 tiny glass vials, bound together with a thick leather cord. A silvery powder shimmers inside. He gently flicks the vials, watching the contents twirl, and extends them to the cleric. This is it. She looks extremely unimpressed. Looks can be deceiving. He throws me a glance and a swift smile, but I'm too surprised to respond. Kuras was the first to warn me about the Cenobium. No one had anything good to say about it. And here he is, openly dealing with a Cenobium cleric in the Amaryllis district. I glanced at Kuras and then the cleric, who seemed to notice me for the first time. A new patient of yours? His eyes linger on me for a long, tense moment, but when Kuras steps between us, she sighs and disappears into the seething crowd. Zander, something amiss? What was that about, my good man? Lower your voice. It is of little consequence. That's all you have to say. After the earful you gave me about the Cenobium, you... Be calm. He holds one finger to his lips, which suddenly curls into a cat-like smile. For now, please, join me on a short stroll. Kuras's golden eyes twinkled in the low light. He beckons me away from the main thoroughfare and down a side street filled with vendors hawking late-night snacks. But wait! Powerfully curious despite myself, I hurry after Kuras. Each of his long, graceful strides easily doubles mine. I catch a glimpse of his gleaming white coat as it disappears around the corner of the street. The moment I catch up, the enticing scents of freshly baked goods flood my nose. My stomach rumbles loudly. 1 honey's pistachio cookie, please. Coming right up. Without breaking his swift pace, Kuras plucks the sticky confection out of the merchant's hand and offers it to me. The heavenly smell makes my stomach rumble again, and I take a bite without hesitation. That's delicious. Kuras watches me with an exquisite and indulgent smile. I notice he hasn't gotten anything for himself. You're not hungry? Do not concern yourself with me. He stops mid-sentence, his eyes darting back the way we came. The hairs stick up on the back of my neck. I turn just long enough to peek over my shoulder, hoping not to look too suspicious. Sure enough, it's the same cleric who waylaid us in the street, now looking very irritated. Otto. Well, disappointment can be a learning experience. Glimmers of realization dawn over me as I stare up at him. What exactly was in those vials? Perhaps a potent alchemical catalyst. Or some stale fish skin. The two do resemble one another. It can be quite difficult to tell them apart. Is he serious? I chance another glance at the cleric, who is now trying to elbow her way between the food stalls. A few people move aside, but most don't even notice her efforts. The street is too packed with hungry patrons. Shall we? Without warning, without waiting for my response, Kuras glides swiftly into the crowd once more. You're messing with her! You're messing with the Cenobium cleric? I'm astounded you would even suggest it. Kuras. I must look incredulous, because his smile softens. He lifts his head as if to pat my shoulder, then stops himself. You have nothing to fear from her. He ducks into what looks like an abandoned doorway that opens into a small, covered market. The stalls here are packed with more spices than I knew existed. Taking a short breath makes me sneeze. Kuras slows his pace, occasionally pausing to examine the innocent hawker's wares. Wait. He looks up from the display of lively red leaves, each as long as my forearm. Blood nettles. The hermit and I used to make medicinal tea from patches that would grow around the few remaining oases. All roads really do lead to Aridia, if this plant made it here with fresh leaves. You said I have nothing to fear, but everyone in Aridia seems to be wary of the Cenobium. Was that a sneeze? No, I was just... The game said I sneezed, so I went, achoo. Like, yeah, that wasn't an actual sneeze. The game just said it was the dialogue, so I did a little achoo. That's it. It was an in-game sneeze. It was a character sneeze. People fear the obvious trappings of power, wealth, force, or an ostentatious tower. For my part, I find such trappings disappointing. The Cenobium once held great power. They squandered it decades ago in the pursuit of trinkets, pleasure, and petty tyranny. Their narrow, prosaic interests have rendered them blind to all else that moves. I think that is the most I've ever heard. I think that's the most I've ever heard Kuras say on any topic. You sound like you know them well. Kuras lets out a long, low sigh. You miss little Zander. Familiarity breeds contempt, and I am more familiar with the Cenobium's crude methods than I would like to be. Now I'm getting somewhere beyond vague warnings or swift deflections. I decide to press the point while I've got the chance. Familiar how... Kuras stops in front of a pickled fruit display, and I nearly run into his back. He steps aside at the last moment and rests his arm gently but firmly on my waist. I tense, but he is careful to avoid my bandaged hands. Our pursuers refuse to take no for an answer. Again? I thought we'd lost her in the crowd. I crane my neck to look for the cleric, but Kuras shakes his head. This way. The next street over is home to a high-end brothel with steep stairways and shadowy passages, perfect for discreet trysts or losing a persistent tale. Pink curtains and painted facades sprawl around me like a giant, colourful warren. It only takes a few more twists and turns down blind alleys and narrow walkways before I'm completely turned around. Kuras, however, seems to be following some type of map in his mind. He takes each turn with swift confidence, guiding me with the occasional nudge. The passages between teetering buildings are so narrow that we have to slink through single file. Just a little further. His effortless grace is almost infuriating. It takes every ounce of concentration I have to avoid tripping over the loose tiles, discarded clothes, and unidentifiable rubbish. Meanwhile, Kuras's long legs seem to float over every obstacle. His clothes are still pristine despite the soot-stained walls around us. How the hell does he do it? I'm still trying to puzzle it out when I realize how warm the alleyway has become. The tiny gap between Kuras and me radiates heat, like a brilliant midday sun at the peak of summer.
Aww. Alright, let's stay close to Kuras. Yeah. There we go. Unshrimped.
I definitely don't want to get lost here. I stay as close to Kuras as I can, without actually touching him. I promise, I will not lose you. Was I that obvious? Our eyes meet despite my best efforts. I find it hard to hold his gaze. I've never seen eyes like his, despite our dark and dingy surroundings. It's like Kuras radiates his own warm light wherever he looks at me. Thank you for indulging me, Zander. I believe I have lost our tale. We emerge on the opposite side of the Amaryllis district. Warm light dances across the river from all directions. I approach the edge of the water, transfixed. It's incredible. Aridia holds beauty and horror in equal measure. Did you enjoy your impromptu tour? Relief escapes me in a tired laugh. After narrowly escaping death, playing keep away from a Cenobium cleric almost seems normal. It was a nice change of pace. He laughs, a soft, pleasant chuckle completely at odds with his usual cool demeanor.
Look at that background, that's lovely.
Are you sure we've lost her? She will not deign to follow us this far. He sounds confident enough. I was starting to wonder if we'd have to make a full circuit of the city to ditch her. A flicker of lamplight falls across the shore, softening his features. I should escort you back to your lodgings. It would be unwise to let you go alone. What about you? You staying in the Wetwick? Of course not. Then you're going back to your clinic alone. You just said that was a bad idea. He pauses, stares at me, and then his expression relaxes into a gentle smile. Fear not, Zander. Only the most foolish would dare lay a hand on me.
Hey, Dewdrop Raid. Hey, welcome on in, Dewdrops. How goes it? Welcome, welcome. Dewdrops can only be drank by Cass. Dewdrops can only be drank by Cass. Dewdrops can only be drank by Cass. The drinking. Oh my goodness. Well, welcome on in. What were you guys up to today? Were you guys having a good time? How goes it? We're just playing through some Touchstarved. Dewdrops can only be drank by... My goodness gracious. How goes it, everyone? I hope you're doing absolutely wonderfully. Welcome on in. We're playing some of the Touchstarved 2.0. They've got a whole bunch of new stuff going on. So... heck, we're seeing what there is to see. Just a bit of yapping? Oh, just a bit of yapping. Very nice, very nice. Well, they just released the Touchstarved 2.0 demo, so we're enjoying that and getting to see what the new stuff is. There's a bunch of new endings, a bunch of scenes have been rewritten, there's an entirely new background as well, and also a bunch of characters have got a bit more screen time, and they've shuffled around the way some of the scenes work. So, heck, we'll see how it goes. We've been seeing a lot of cool new stuff so far, and I've been really enjoying it. So, fingers crossed that we get the full release sometime soon, right? Full release. Oh no, 2 hot men on the screen, right? We're just going through some of the endings right now. So if you've already seen all of the new gameplay, we're getting some of the new endings to the demo and some of the new branches as well. So heck, if that's like a thing, then go for it. And anyway, Dewdrops, get in here, get comfy, get cozy. Heck, we're just getting, we're doing some story stuff after my 2.0. So hell yeah, get on in here.
It sounds insane after 2 near-death Soulless encounters, but part of me believes him. A few townsfolk huddle beneath street lamps and in doorways, desperate to be as close to safety as possible. Kuras, on the other hand, looks more relaxed than ever. He strolls along the riverbank as if it were broad daylight. Even walking beside him makes me feel more secure, warmer inside and out. I seize that faint spark of hope and muster my courage. Did you mean it this morning? When you said I could come to you for help? Every word. His mirth vanishes. replaced by a calm focus. I don't know what to say to that. I half expected his offer to be courtesy, an easy way to get me out of the door. The fact that he meant it. Why do you ask? His eyes flicked briefly to my arm, the one miraculously reattached when he found me. I can almost imagine him counting the neat stitches. I wanted to be sure. I'm still figuring out who's trustworthy and who's just trouble. I see. Aridia does tend to attract extreme individuals. Including you. Ah, Zander, I refuse to incriminate myself in your eyes. I can recognize a smooth deflection when I hear one. If he won't talk more about himself, maybe he'll tell me more about something else. I decide to ask him about... Via. How do you know Via? Kuras visibly stiffens, and I remember the venom in Via's voice when he grabbed me. That fucking doctor. It looks like the feeling is mutual. Regrettably, Via is one of my worst patients. How did you cross his path? He stole my room key. You are fortunate that he did nothing else. He is far deadlier than he seems, and there is a reason for the collar and chain. Via seemed suspicious of me. I hesitated, waiting for Kuras to elaborate. But he seems to find even the thought of Via distasteful.
Leander?
Why did you send me to Leander for help? You know Aridia better than Leander. The company he keeps can be questionable, but I had confidence in him. Yeah, and his adders were rough around the edges. Leander has always preferred the company of those like himself. Survivors of Lowtown's harsh realities. You must have noticed how they flock to him. I nod. Leander seems to know every single person in the Wetwick. And that's a good thing. Leander's closest peers trust him with their lives. I would say that it counts for something.
And hey, Sophie's Cloud. Thank you very, very much for the super. Congrats on the 2.0, Zanny. Have a great stream, and I hope you're doing great. Why, thank you very, very much. You know what? Since we got the dewdrops here, what do you guys say I take off a couple of layers, right? Since you guys just pulled up, what do you say I drop some clothing? What do you say? What do you say we take off my jacket just a little bit here, and what do you say we I don't know, the vest seems like a lot as well, you know? What about we take this and then we see where that goes. You know, the waistcoat as well. And I mean, the chains are a lot as well. You know, I feel like taking these off might also help. Just for the sake of keeping things light, you know. Show them the glasses. These. Yeah, I like these. Goodness. Yeah, no, I can do that. The glasses also look good with, like, the chains, of course. They look good with the chains and, like, the jacket. Very classy, right? Right? Some of my favorite stuff. Alright, let me strip these off again. There we go. Much better.
Leander's closest peers trust him with their lives. I would say that counts for something.
Ace?
Have you ever been out to see Ace at the seaspring? Once. Only once? It seems like a spring with the miraculous powers would interest a doctor. A long silence follows. So long that I'm not sure Kuras heard me. I'm about to repeat myself when he finally speaks in a near whisper. Ace is the rare newcomer who has immediately proven himself worthy of respect. The seaspring is another matter. Hidden depths often contain unwelcome secrets. You could say that about anything around here. A fair point, but nonetheless, I have seen many. Ported wonders, and the seaspring is unlike any other. Only time will tell what that means.
And of course, Min.
It sounds like you and Min know each other well. Okay, I don't know. Part of me thinks that the writing hasn't done Min a huge amount of justice, but then part of me is also like, I understand why Min's kind of the least popular one. I get it. I get it. Like, I do. The presentation has not been very Min-centric, this demo. And like, you know, I get it. It's just, I really want Min to not be like, oh yeah, we meet Min last, and also Min gets the least amount of screen time, and also Min is there for like the shortest amount of time, and also Min does the least, and also Min is the coldest to us when we first meet them. It's like, ooh, maybe if you'd introduce them like second or third, you could get away with them having a bit of tsundere, and that way they would get like a tiny bit more screen time to have it start to crack. But like, because it's their last, you have to go out of your way to see it crack, you know? Like, I feel like there's such a gap between like my fourth and fifth favorite, you know? Kuras heaves a long sigh. I know them better than most, but not as well as I would like. Like you, Min is a recent arrival. Their time here has been particularly difficult, as much as I would like to help. He trails off, but I know exactly what he's talking about. Min doesn't seem like the sort to accept help. Do they always pick fights with adversaries twice their size? I have implored them not to. They rarely listen. With my curiosity sated for now, I fall silent. I wish Kuras has given me more to go on, but he's almost as tight-lipped with the others as he is about himself. When we circle back to the Wetwick, the Amaryllis district seems even more raucous than before. Drunken patrons overflow into the wine-scented streets. How am I supposed to sleep with all this racket? I suggest the stiffest drink at the bar. Alternatively, a ball of wax. Very funny. With how tired I am, I'm sure I'll get a wink of sleep. I'm not sure I'll get a wink of sleep. I'm about to say goodnight when someone staggers out of the wick and collides into me. I stumble back, heels teetering at the edge of the filthy gutter. Zander? The next thing I know, a pair of warm arms catch me around the waist. I find myself staring up at Kuras, pressed against his chest. His grasp loosened, but he doesn't quite let go. Okay. Kuras? Alright. Kuras seems like the type of guy that if we go with him, he's going to be like the softly, fluffy romance route, right? Like, that's fine. He's very soft. He's very like, you know, he feels like a Hallmark movie. We're going to get the Hallmark movie route with him, I think, right? That's like, it feels like we're getting the Hallmark movie with Kuras. He's gonna like treat us nice, and you know, he's like a little bit cheeky and everything. That's the vibe I'm getting. Quiet waters are deep? I don't know. He feels very gentle. Something shifts in his gaze. His eyes fix on my face, and I feel myself growing hot over all of his intense scrutiny. What does he see in me? What's he looking for? Kuras? No, my apologies. Even after moving away, Kuras's warmth permeates my clothes. I quickly tug at my cloak, making it straight, trying to recollect my scattered thoughts. Good night. Thank you for everything. You are most welcome. He turns and slips into the crowd, and though I can pick out his pristine white coat with ease, a chilly gust howls down the street. When did it get so cold? And that was Kuras. I don't know. Kuras seems a little vanilla. I'm gonna be real. Kuras is a bit vanilla, right? Yeah, sure. He's nice. Yeah, sure. Okay, he's cool. He's fine. Okay, that's great. Vanilla's fine. All right. Is that necessarily what I go for? Not quite. Right? Kuras is vanilla. Okay. Now, Ace, that relationship is toxic, and I love that. He slaps his hand over my mouth, so I bite him. He tells me to shut up. I say, fuck you. He says I'm in charge. I try and throw myself into the seaspring. Right? That's a push and pull. I love some push and pull. The push and pull is insanely hot to me. Right? That's great. Love that. And Via is just... I don't even know what to call it. Any type of relationship with Via so far, I feel like it's going to be the equivalent of handcuffing ourselves together and having a knife fight. Like, Via feels like if we just got a pair of handcuffs, stuck ourselves together, gave ourselves like a small little switchblade in each hand, and we're like, fight. That's... Yeah. And I don't even know if Min exists. Min sometimes exists for the plot. Alright. We'll see if Min is able to pull it back. Min, I'm keeping my fingers crossed for you, Min. Min, I'm trying. I'm hoping. We're hoping Min can salvage this. Come on, Min. Come on. They said that you got the most stuff added in your thing in the little 2.0. Okay? Don't get the Will from Baldur's Gate 3 treatment. I believe in you. Come on, Min. You got this. I can't let Min slip away so easily. They might be the one who's the most standoffish, but they're also the one who seems somewhat neutral on the Cenobium. My gut tells me they know far more about that tower than they're letting on. By the time I make it out of the bar, Min is already halfway down the street. Drawing my cloak close to ward off the chill, I hurry after them, but at this hour, the Amaryllis district is full of carousers. While Min slips through the crowd with surprising agility, I struggle to keep pace. The edge of their cloak flutters as they round the corner. Determined to catch up, I take the same turn into a dim street. But Min is nowhere to be seen. Didn't you learn your lesson earlier? I nearly jump out of my skin, whirling to find Min behind me. They don't even look ruffled. When did they get behind me? They fold their arms, pointedly staring me down. I thought nearly getting eaten would have taught you better to be out alone. Would have taught you that being out alone at night is dangerous. Well, I'm not alone, am I? I'm with you. It's a good thing I'm not alone, isn't it? Min looks at me in a blank, confused moment, before realization dawns. Are you always so persistent? I don't really know how to read them. They shift between aggressive and hesitant without warning. I have no idea how to tell which way they'll swing. Okay, but the blush. Okay. But nothing ever beats bullying a tsundere. There are many pleasures in life, but nothing can ever top bullying a tsundere. It is the filet mignon of romantic interactions. It is the caviar of interpersonal relationships, okay? It is the Châteauneuf de Pape of social interaction. But I can't help feeling a little thrill when pink sweeps across their cheeks. I kind of have to be. It's how I stay alive. Min recovers their composure quickly, mouth shifting into a frown. They glance away, eyes scanning the street. Their gaze lingers on a particular building, another tavern, before they look back at me. You've been lucky so far, but it won't last. Nobody in this city is trustworthy. Not even you? Especially not me. I've met clams that opened up more willingly than Min, but even they don't talk about themselves much. And they must have opinions on Via. You hate Via, don't you? How did you meet Via? Min's face scrunches like they've bitten into a rotten lemon. The perverse flea bag jumped me during fogfall, so I stabbed him and left him in the gutter, where he belongs. My heart thuds hard in my chest. The voice is icy with disgust. The night air feels warm by comparison. It's a shame it didn't stick. I suppose I'll just have to keep trying. It's one thing to strike down Soulless. They're creatures of instinct, aggressive and dangerous to everyone. But monsters are lucid, thinking beings that Min seems to loathe. I take it your opinion hasn't changed? He fucks with people for kicks. Every sentence out of his mouth is either crass innuendo or a conceited put down. And whatever he's done bad enough that the Cenobium has it on a leash. There are monsters living on every other street. He's the only one that needs a muzzle before he's taken out for a walk. Belatedly, I close my mouth. Ice is a monster as well. Are you like this with all monsters? You don't seem to like Ace. I don't like anyone, but especially not that bloodthirsty ganger. The words tumble from their mouth before I can even finish my sentence. Did he do something to you? Beyond existing? No, but I'm not waiting around to get hurt first. Bruh. Honey. Baby. There are two monsters in this social group, and you dislike both of them intently. Honey. That seaspring he runs. With all those smiling, red-eyed people, I suppose his one saving grace is that he hasn't forced anyone to drink from it. Yet. Monsters like him don't know or care about what they have. It makes me sick. Their voice echoes down the empty street, startling me. I blink, staring at them. You really don't like monsters, do you? Min fixes me with a flat gaze. Their pale eyes like chips of ice. Every monster forced their way out of the shroud, and into this world for some reason. I may not know Ace's reason, but to the vast majority of monsters, humans are food, playthings, or beneath notice. That may simply be their nature, but I don't have to like it. Honey. And I'm not going to risk my life in hopes that one of them is different. There's the... You know... I went down this route hoping I could find redeeming qualities for you. I went down... Chat, did I not say that we were going down this route? Netherlings, dewdrops. I said that we were going to go down Min's route at the end to see if, like, the added stuff made Min more likable. I am not seeing likability here. You know what? You know what the punchline of this would be? Min takes down the hood and Min's a monster. I would actually vibe with that. If this was like some internalized self-hatred or externalized self-hatred, like, okay, I could vibe with that. Like, not even gonna lie. if we see Min hitting that and Min has like some monster stuff going on under the hood, then suddenly this is like more forgivable, right? Like without the cloak or something like that. Like, we've already seen it. But like, I'm not seeing it. I don't think that's the case. Alright.
His Soulless seems to like him well enough. Do you think that's a compliment? Soulless nearly killed you earlier. There's a big difference between Ace's Soulless and then Many-Eyed Soulless. But I don't think Min's open to hearing about that. If you're going to keep asking questions, ask about something else.
Ask about you know what? We'll ask about Leander. Kuras seems to be the only person in the universe that you like. So, you're not Kuras. You and Kuras seem to get along, though. The tense lines of Min's face soften. Okay, good. That makes this less awkward. He's an exception. Very few people are willing to help others. Fewer still when there's any risk involved. Of them, Kuras is unique. I have a feeling that Min doesn't smile often, but the curve of their lips, however slight, is unmistakable. They catch themselves, eyes glazing over with feigned indifference. He's not the worst. A decent doctor, even if he asks too many questions. But nothing in Aridia is free. He doesn't take any payment from me. He rarely does, but that just means he's paying down the debt elsewhere. Leander seemed fond of you, though I'm struggling to see why. He's an idiot, an obnoxious blowhard who can't shut up to save his life. Their words are harsh, but at complete odds with the flush creeping across their flushed face. Is that all? Min huffs, and seems to physically pain them to speak again. He does acceptable work. He pays on time, which is more than I can say for most, and the Adders don't look after Lowtown. If he wasn't capable of being quiet for more than 10 seconds at a time, he'd be almost tolerable. Their tone grows almost fond, but their brows draw together as they glare at me. But I'm not one of his Adders. If he told you otherwise, he was talking out of his but I'm not one of his Adders. If he told you otherwise, he was talking out of his ass, as usual. He has work to offer, and sometimes I take it. That's all. Somehow I doubt that, but Min seems declined to say more. Doors bang open at the end of the street. Light and laughter pour out of the tavern, followed by a group of giggling people in white uniforms. Cenobium students having a night out on the town. Min hesitates only for a moment before they start down the street after the students. When I follow close on their heels, they grimace, speaking through gritted teeth. Why are you still following me? When I ask them about Veer, I notice something odd, beside their vehement dislike of him. While Min didn't exactly sound enthusiastic about the Cenobium, they were the first to speak of it without anything beside open animosity. Ahead of us, the students pile into another bar. Min ducks into the alley next to it. If nobody in this city is trustworthy, what about the Cenobium? In spades, Alistair's beloved, thank you for the super. Gotta touch grass, but have fun with Veer later. Take care, everyone. Mwah. Mwah. Go have fun touching grass. Get out of here. The line of their short, narrow shoulders abruptly tenses. They lift their chin, giving me a wary look. You're a stubborn one, aren't you? Your ass must have warned you about the nature of Iridian currency. Right, information and secrets. I fidget, uncertain. I don't trust Min's unpredictable moods. Clearly there are things that they aren't saying. Their eyes dip downwards towards my hands, passing over the bandages like a razor. That steady gaze full of keen-edged possibility. I shiver, hastily shoving my hands into my pockets. They frown, but their eyes drift away from me to the window of the bar next to us. It's opaque, either frosted glass or caked in dust. but some of the warm light diffuses out into the alley. The Cenobium's a place of learning. If someone has questions that can't be answered anywhere else, the Cenobium might have the solution.
And Leo Bears, thank you for the 6 months. 6 months. Perfect stream to celebrate in. Get on in here. Get on in here, Leo Bears, and thank you for the 6 months.
Or at least that's how it was once upon a time. These days, its doors are closed to outsiders.
That's about what I expected after being shooed off earlier.
Just as I start to relax, they speak again. Whatever you're looking for there, the cost might be higher than you're willing to pay.
The sheer hypocrisy of their words ticks me off. What gives you the right to talk when you're doing the exact same thing as me? Yeah, what gives you the right to talk? What questions are you asking that only the Cenobium can answer?
And that's personal.
So there is something Min is looking for at the Cenobium. I suppose that makes 2 of us. If they're following the groups of Cenobium students around, they must not be having much luck either. Everyone else seems to fear or hate the Cenobium. But you don't. They flinch, spurred by curiosity and lingering annoyance. I press forward. You must know something about them. Something you haven't told Leander or Kuras. But they're not letting you in, which means you're one of the outsiders.
In the space between one breath and the next,
Min closes the distance between us. Slender fingers grip the front of my shirt, and they slam me against the wall with shocking strength. They force the movement. The force of the movement knocks their hood back, messy hair fluttering around their face. I'm standing on tiptoe. Min lifted me nearly clean off the ground with a single hand. The realization sends an electric tingle down my spine, but before I can begin to wonder what it's about, Min snarls in my face. You don't know what you're fucking talking about. The angry twist of their mouth draws my eyes down to the beauty spot at the corner of their lips. I can't stop staring at her. The marks incongruently 𝔂𝓸𝓾𝓻 compared to their fiery gaze, their steel-boned grip, but then so is the rest of them. Neither do you. We're practically strangers, so why are you acting like you know anything about me?
Your line of questioning isn't exactly subtle, and it's not hard to guess that it has something to do with your hands. You think you can use me to get to the Cenobium? Don't be naive.
I don't get angry easily. I can't afford it when a moment of carelessness could be fatal. But when Min mentions my hands, my temper flares hot. Who says I'm the one that needs you? Realization strikes me like a thunderclap. You're not getting anywhere by yourself either, are you? But you can't make yourself ask for help. You're stuck, and it's your own damn fault. I brace myself, expecting Min to snap at me again. Indeed, their eyes drop. Their brows furrow in frustration, but the twist of their mouth is miserable. Their voice trembles, almost imperceptibly when they speak.
I know. This city only cares for what you can give, or what it can take from you. Information, power, connections. If you're an outsider here, nobody will help you. Nobody will even try. You don't belong anywhere.
My heart thuds in my chest for an entirely different reason now.
They seem suddenly very small. Alone. Like me.
Min jerks backwards, releasing me so abruptly that I nearly stumble. Maybe they realize how close we were. Maybe they said too much. Press forward. Determined not to let this go, I press forward. Min takes another step back, but this time, they're the one with their back against the wall. Hey?
Look, We both want something from the Cenobium, right? But neither of us are going to get anywhere on our own. We could help each other. It's worth a shot, don't you think? Min sighs. They sound annoyed, but any real hostility seems to have gone out of them. We've made it this far already, I'll grant you that. But if you're looking for help, you should look elsewhere. You stake too close to me, you'll get hurt. Before I can think of what to say, the tavern doors bang open again. The Cenobium students spill back out, considerably drunker. Their ranks seem to have swelled with other barflies. The group floods back into town towards the great tower, rising moonward. As I'm distracted by the commotion, Min draws their hood up and slips away from me. I catch Min's eyes for just a moment. Then, they're gone, vanishing into the crowd.
There we go. All right. So Min is the heist partner's route. Okay, Min's the heist partner's route. So what we know right now. Min is the heist partner's route. Kuras, fluffy, like, hallmark route. Ace, I'm going to say, like, toxic partners in crime type route. Via, who can out-brat the other brat? Who can out-brat the other brat? It's Via time. Who can out-brat the brat? Who's the... We'll have to see. We're going brat maxing. Of all the people I've met, only one left me with more questions than answers. Yeah, only one has me like in some version of it's not love. It's not love. I just hate them in a weird, affectionate way. Of all the people I've met, only one left me with more questions than answers. Via knows more than he's letting on. I'm certain of it. Still, lingering doubt looms heavy over my decision. Can I really trust someone who lies so readily? Returning to the bar is slow work, with the heavy crowd vying for drinks. When I find Via, he's leaning against the counter, elbows propped on the edge of a wine glass raised to his lips. I catch myself staring, and judging by the looks I've seen thrown his way, I'm not the only one. Yet there's a clear ring around there no one seems bold enough to cross. I didn't think you planned on sticking around. One ear perks up at the sound of my approach. A free drink's a free drink, even if it tastes like stale rat piss. Didn't you say you wouldn't be caught dead slumming it in this shithole? Via takes a delicate sip from his glass, but his tail thrashes below the bar. You've caught me red-handed. He peers at me over the rim of his glass. In the low light, his eyes glitter, jewel bright with amusement. However will you punish me? I figured my company's punishment enough for you. Via's lips twitch, and smiles despite himself. I saw your little run-in with that gibbering imbecile. Quite the show. A muscle in my jaw flexes. Did you enjoy watching? I much prefer to be an active participant. But Ace has intervened before I could. I can't tell if he's disappointed because he didn't get to save me, or simply because he missed out on a fight. Next time I get jumped, I'll be sure it happens near you. Via laughs softly under his breath. He rests his glass on the counter with a sharp clink. I did warn you, didn't I? He moves closer, and I tense, my heart leaping in anticipation. But
He only runs his hand up my arm to dust off debris, no doubt picked up from the floor, with a touch far gentler than I'd expect. "About finding trouble," he murmurs under his breath while his fingers rub small circles into my shoulder. I whisper for fear of what my voice might do if I speak up. I can take care of myself. It comes out sharper than I intended. Via lets me go with a sigh. "So you did it, so did you come here for praise, or will a head pat suffice?" What about real explanations instead of vague rambling about moths and fire? Via scoffs. "You could buy me a drink before insulting me." The way you pounced on me, if anyone's owed a drink, it's me. Via falls so uncharacteristically quiet that for a moment I fear I've actually crossed a line. Then he props his chin on his wrist. "I don't think you understand how things work around here. Information is a luxury, one you flung carelessly aside. If you valued my words, you'd have taken me seriously." Valued? I barely understood what you meant. "I gave you free advice, warned you of the danger you were in, and still you went prancing off to the seaspring. Small wonder the Soulless didn't tear you to ribbons." My first impulse is to argue, but what he said didn't sit well with me. How does he know what happened to me? How do you know where I went? How do you know I left Aridia? I'm certain I wasn't being followed when I left. I have a very sensitive nose, remember? Right, how could I forget? Do you normally greet people by shoving your nose into their lap like an overeager dog? For a heartbeat, Via's eyes grow wide and flat. Then he laughs under his breath. "Only the ones I like." Via trades his empty wine glass for the long-abandoned tumbler sweating on the counter beside him. Soft lumps of ice bob in the watery dregs of whiskey. "The truth is, I despise most people." His eyes flicker over my shoulder, and a thin when Leander's boisterous laughter erupts from the other side of the bar. "What about me?" He looks me over with an agonizingly slow gaze. Finally, his lips quirk. "You've piqued my curiosity." It's a start, or so I think, until his eyes slide away and he turns back towards the bar. I've got no idea how I'm supposed to hold a conversation, much less get answers. I know Via wouldn't make this easy for me, not when he clearly enjoys playing games. "Are you going to tell me anything? Or are you having too much fun?" He lets out a short breath. "This isn't a game to me." A lie. I'm close enough to catch the subtle bristling of his tail. "If anyone's fooling around, it's you. People like us can't help but attract danger, yet you seek it out for what? Cheap thrills?" I wasn't trying to be eaten by Soulless. There's just something I'm looking for. "And do you think men can help you? Leander, are you really willing to risk your life with those idiots?" "What life? You've got no idea what I've gone through, or..." Forget it. I start to rise, but something flicks against my ankle. Via's tail. It's a little more than a brush, but it gives me pause. "Hey Via, wanna wrap our tails together? Wanna wrap our tails? Hey Via, wanna wrap our tails together? Hey, wanna wrap our tails together, Via?" His eyes, softer than before, search mine. "They couldn't even begin to understand you. But I could." "How do I know I can trust you?" "You don't, but I'm simply less inclined to waste your time with empty flattery or insults than those two." "Is what you desire really worth risking your life for?" "If you knew the kind of life I'd lived, you wouldn't be asking." Via considers the condensation on his glass for a long moment before speaking again. Will you trust me now? Yes. I nod, and he rewards me with a small smile. Good. Via raises the tumbler to me, and then knocks the dregs back. Once finished, he wipes his mouth on the back of his hand. Let's talk. Outside. We could both use the fresh air. With that, he slips away from the bar, leaving me to follow his long, trailing tail through the crowd. It's so cold, the breeze cuts through my bandages, numbing my fingertips. But if the cold bothers Via, he doesn't show it. He lopes purposely down the street into an alley. This far from the Wick, the bar's racket is little more than an indistinct hum. The street is silent in the dead of night. Did Via want privacy? Or no witnesses? You've had questions. Ask. Via's breath mists in the cold moonlight. His shadow stretches unnaturally long over the cobblestone street. Quickly, I have a show to attend. Heavenly lutists, as I'm sure I've mentioned. He looks down his nose at me, effortlessly impetuous. For a heartbeat, I'm reminded of the stark want that gleamed in his eyes when he touched me. If he weren't so pretty, I'd walk away. But I need answers, and I can't think of a better way than starting with the people I'd met earlier. If Via doesn't prove trustworthy, maybe one of them will. First, I ask about...
So what's the deal with you and Ace? What's the deal with that? What? So like, he said something about your tail one time, and then he put his hand on your waist. And now I remember the devs on Twitter said that the two of you used to be like fuck buddies. You know? Or the two of you have something casual going on. You know, I think I remember the devs on Twitter like doing something about that.
I'd like to know more about Ace. You two seem close. He made an impression, Not surprising. He's strong, ruthless, and easy on the eyes. Gives it almost as well as he takes it, even if he's awfully greedy.
Good to know.
Big everywhere, really. It's simple, but you know what they say about still waters.
I don't, but I'm too distracted by the change that's come over Via here to ask. Via is blushing. 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 Is there room for... Is there room for an incubus in this dynamic? Wait, we can make it work.
A coy smile plays over his lips as he winds a finger around the chain dangling from his collar. I thought you didn't like most people. Ace isn't like most people. He's better. He's... Eyes meet, and then Via's tender expression curdles. He makes a tiny sound of distaste in the back of his throat. He's more trouble than he's worth. Dangerous too. Stay far away from him and those red-eyed freaks if you value your safety or your sanity. Is that why you scolded me for going to the seaspring? I don't think Ace is as bad as you're saying. You don't know him. Not like I do. The corner of his lip twitches. Min? I've got to admit, I was surprised to see that you and Min know each other. Are you friends? I'm saying stick Ace, Veer, and me in a room together, and I dig. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Just. In a world of your imagination. I've got to admit, I was surprised that you and Min know each other. Are you friends? Oh, yes. We laugh, we go shopping, we even have sleepovers where we braid each other's hair and kiss with a little bit of tongue. I'm beginning to wonder if Veer's ever had friends. Let me guess, you don't like them. I can't stand them. The first we met, they stabbed me. Slit cold, hard steel between my ribs. Nearly nicked my heart. It was exquisite. The knife, I mean. Some sort of antique. Min's done nothing but disappoint me ever since. So, you're not close? Can you imagine me being friends with that crabby little killjoy? Impossible. Not unless they learn how to lighten up. I'm afraid not even a surgeon as practiced as Kuras can remove the firmly wedged stick from up Min's bird ass. Okay. What did you think about Leander? I don't. An unusually curt answer for Veer. I don't buy it. So you're not very fond of him? I wouldn't spit on Leander if he were on fire. And hey, 𝓱𝓸𝓾𝓻, thank you very much for the super. Cheers. Thank you for playing, Zanny. My attention span can't do it if I'd play by myself. Your voice acting helps so much to lock the fuck in. P.S. Hydrate and stretch Netherlings. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. No, I love getting to voice act, like, visual novel games. It's like a rare treat for me. Honestly. Heck, if I ever got the option, I would actually, like, love to, like, do it, honestly. I don't know. I've always said that one of my end goals from, like, all of VTubing is that I'd love to have, like, a nice regular side hustle or side thing, or, like, sort of, like, end up branching into doing a lot of, like, voice work. I think that that's kind of just a natural progressor point for me. Teehee. Oh. There we go. I wouldn't spit on Leander if he were on fire. This shudders. Oh no, he'd enjoy that far too much. To call Leander trash would be an insult to Mynheer. He is a pathetic, slimy man-child in a big, shiny pair of shoes. I've seen mutts rutting in gutters with more dignity. I don't even know how to respond to that. Before I can ask my next question, Veer gives a frustrated growl. I haven't got all night for idle gossip. Isn't there something more interesting we can talk about? Who? You? No. I'm more interested in learning about you. That catches me off guard. What about me? Nothing worth having comes easy or cheap in this world. You're clearly set on this thing you've spoken of. Your very reason for being. Yet have you considered what might happen if your struggles prove futile? What if your desires are beyond your grasp? I'll never stop looking. I'll find what it is I'm looking for, no matter how long it takes, no matter what it takes. I won't give up, I can't. Even if you lose everything? Haven't you noticed? I haven't really got much left to lose. To cling so tenaciously to a slim hope. How fascinating. Now where were we? Oh, yes, you had 2 questions left. 2? But you haven't explained anything. Then I suggest you make your last questions count. So much for being helpful, but I suppose that's just how information works in this exhausting city. Leander told me that the Cenobium imprisons people. Did he mean you? Leander's a moaning fool with a throbbing victim complex. He loves to see himself as a savior, but only difference between his cronies and the Cenobium stooges are the uniforms. I'm at a loss for words. I don't know what surprises me more, the bluntness with which he speaks, or the venom lacing his ordinarily silken voice. You're asking who, when you should be asking why. Says the asshole counting my questions. He throws me an infuriatingly self-satisfied look. Fine, why were you imprisoned? For the same reason the Cenobium would snatch you away. I'm something special. Via bows his head, gathering his hair in his hand and lifting it from his shoulders to bare his neck to me. See this collar? He cranks his neck, inviting me to lean closer. It looks unremarkable, doesn't it? I'd assumed that Vea's collar was a personal touch. On closer glance, the thick, supple leather is molded to fit his neck snugly. But the large silver buckle seems easy enough to pry open. Touch the collar. I reach forward to touch the buckle. Vea's hand lashes out. Long, slender fingers wrap around my wrist and flex, exerting just enough pressure to hint at how easily he could snap my bones. Don't you know it's better than to touch without asking? Can I please touch? Can I please touch? Our eyes meet, his thin with amusement. No, you may look, but don't touch. He lets go of my arm. I smooth down my bandages. I can't lose my composure again. By now, I'm fully expected Vea to walk away, but the fact that he's still here suggests he either forgot about his warning, or he was never counting my questions to begin with. Are you saying that's what'll happen if the Cenobium finds out I'm different? I'll be collared? Doubtful. They keep me around because I'm the best at what I do. And what is it exactly you're the best at? Killing. He says it carelessly, without hesitation. As long as I wear this collar, I'm made to hunt the Cenobium's dizzying array of enemies. Monsters, soulless, noisy dissidents who grow overbold. I'm bound by their will, until the day I die. That's awful. Vea murmurs in agreement. It is, isn't it? And that's all I have time for. I really must leave now. I'll be late. That's it? Why did you bring me here if you weren't going to explain anything? He has the nerve to laugh. Isn't that obvious? I wanted to lure you out here alone so I could eat you. You're lying again. And you're asking far too many questions for someone with so much to hide. He glances pointedly at my hands, and I shove them deep into my cloak. What makes you think I'm hiding anything? Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's the tough act, or the way you tense up at the slightest provocation. More likely it's the bandages, not exactly subtle. I'll be going, unless you're willing to share some morsels with me. There's a biting edge to his playful tone. I can't tell you anything. Wrong. You can start with what you are. I take a step backwards, but my back hits a wall as Vea follows me in lockstep. He rests his left hand on the wall beside me, caging me in. Vea reaches for me. His fingers curl under my chin and lift, forcing me to meet his lidded gaze. Would you believe me if I said eyes were the window to the soul? My eyelids twitch. Cliché, I know. But let me tell you a little secret. Vea leans in until his lashes tickle my cheek, and the warm, faintly spiced scent of his hair drowns out the stench of greasy cooking fires and chimney smoke. His eyes pin me down. There's nothing you can hide from me. his voice so low, so supple that I could slip into it. The loss of protection, the loss of hope, the sheer desperation that drives you to search and search for no end. I could give you something new to live for. My heart hammers, my lungs burn through each breath as if it is being stolen away. How could he possibly know? This must be some kind of trick. But for once, Veer isn't smiling. All that suffering has made your soul so irresistible. The look on his face makes my blood run cold. I've seen it before. Traveling through the wastes, lanterns would occasionally reveal carcasses picked clean by starving scavengers whose eyes shone in the dark with that same ravenous hunger. Thea takes a shuddering breath. You're trembling. What if you and I went somewhere quieter? Alone. Resist. Part of me wants something more than to let him take me. Surrender completely to him. It would be so easy. But I'm not about to give up now. You're late. The lootist. Veer blinks. His voice comes out, soft and breathy. Shame. He eases back, and for what feels like the first time since he cornered me, I breathe, but my relief is short-lived. Nimble fingers trail down my jaw before tilting my chin up. His touch is feather light and teasing, but my pulse still leaps. One last thing, Zander. Spoken so softly that the pounding of my heart nearly drowns out his words. Call me a dog again, and I'll break you. Understood? His lips curve, but there is no humor in his voice. Yes. Good. As soon as Veer releases me, I sink against the alley wall to catch my breath. He looks down on me. Let's get one thing straight. I ate a monster 3 times your size for breakfast. 2, actually. The first tasted dreadful, like a fisherman's antique ashtray, but that's beside the point. You and I may be alike, but don't ever forget what I am, or what I do best. He smiles wide enough to flash his sharp white fangs, as much of a warning as a smirk. The crash of shattering glass cuts through the air. I whip around to see a drunk stumble past the alleyway, leaving a trail of beer and broken glass in his wake. I glance back at Veer. But he's gone. Vanished into the dark. I'm left in the deserted alley, trembling with a delirious mixture of exhaustion and excitement. Fuck. Only my heart racing. Only once my racing heartbeat slows do I make my way back towards the wick, guided by the distant sounds of revelry.
Ooh. 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 I like that one. I like that. I like that. I like that. Yep. I felt in danger through the whole time. Like, I know that there's like 2 endings to that little scene. One where he kills you and one where you're able to resist him. But holy fuck. That never fails to get excitement. That's great. My vote is still both, though. My vote is still both Ace and also Veer. I desire both of them. Alright, this is the last one, everyone. Last one. Leander. Yet again, I find myself squeezing through a crowd to reach Leander.
As the bartender leaves, Leander's expression falls with a spent sigh. He reaches over the counter to grab a bottle of black rum and skillfully pops it open for a swig. When he spots me, worry overtakes him. Zander, Zander, are you hurt? Leander's in front of me in a flash, his eyes searching for injuries. I can't help but let out a small laugh. Don't worry, I've dealt with worse. That's a relief, sort of. You know what they say, it's not a party without mayhem and violence. And is that what they say? He offers me the rum and I politely decline. I'd rather not get into more trouble if I can help it. Instead, I plop down on a bar stool, doing my best to ignore its stickiness from who knows what. He sits beside me, resting his arm on the counter's edge beside me. With how close our stools are, I feel encircled by his body. 2 days and you're already meeting everyone worth knowing. How you finding Aridia so far? It's not what I expected. It's not what I expected. Supposedly Aridia's a sanctuary, but I've already been threatened, robbed, and almost killed several times. It's a wonder you're still standing. I give him a wry smile. I'm nothing if not resilient, like a cockroach. I'm rewarded with a warm laugh that draws the eyes of nearby adders. You're definitely not a roach. Unfortunately, I couldn't say the same for some others here tonight. He glances towards the bar's back exit, where Ace had dragged the lowlife outside. There's a brief glimmer of amusement on his face before his attention is back to me. I'll keep a better eye on you. You deserve to enjoy everything Aridia has to offer. I'd like that. You would? Then how would you feel about... Excuse you? You would. Then how would you feel about being on a leash? I mean... I'm kind of already rocking one right now, but like, you do you, buddy. As if sensing my doubt, Leander gives me a quick wink. Just kidding. Veer's the only one who's on a leash here. Leander sips his rum and watches the crowd. Everyone seems invigorated by the free drinks on his tab. Have you at least gotten to try some Aridian cuisine? I had these fried dough sticks from a vendor near Kuras' clinic. As soon as I begin describing my meal, Leander nods with recognition. No, the long lads from Wens. You have to try them with the porridge. There's another stall a few blocks away that specializes in rosewater rice pudding. I can take you there sometime. That sounds delicious. And expensive, though I know Leander would insist on paying. I despise the thought of relying on handouts. Or I can take you there once I earn some money. I still owe you for the inn room. Nah, you don't owe me anything, Zander. Giving you a place to sleep isn't generosity. It's human decency. And if there's anything I can do to help keep you safe, do it in a heartbeat. No. These are too many green flags. No. Get that fucking blush off my face. No. These are too many. He's saying too much stuff, right? Where's the girls in the basement? All right? Where is it? No. He's saying too much good shit, all right? This is where I find like 5 missing girls chained up in your basement. This is... No, you're saying too much shit, right? No. I'm telling you. He's saying too much good shit. There has to be like some... like, come on. Come on. He's too... right. My God. I'm waiting to see some, like, Jeffrey Dahmer shit. Okay? Like, no way. Your regular room, you have to have some Dahmer shit in there. There's no way. There's so much green... there are so many green flags that are, like, they have to be covering, like, a red tarp. There has to be. I get the feeling that, like, there's something terrible. Really terrible.
Resounding prize, thank you for the super. I'm the girl in the basement, but I went willingly. Listen, there's something there. Okay, he's got some Dharma shit going on. I know he does. There's no way he doesn't. Okay, but I know it.
Everything he says feels alien to me. The concept of human decency in this world, let alone someone actually caring for my safety, felt long obsolete. I stare at him, inspecting those clear emerald eyes for any hint of deception. Is there something on my face? I sigh and lean back. If only. No? What were you looking for? Deception. Deception, condescension, disdain. Take your pick. I hear his full laugh again, like rich velvet to my ears. You're really something. Though, I can't blame you for being paranoid. Well, did you find anything? I'm still looking. I'm always game for a staring contest. He sets the rum back on the counter with a clink. The next thing I know, Leander carefully takes one of his hands in mine. The leather is rough, but the warmth seeps through. I can't change whatever happened in your past. Believe me, I would if I tried. I would try if I could. But you're here now. I'll do my best to help you. I'm grateful you're even giving me a chance at all. My gaze drops to my hand wrapped in his larger one, remembering how he felt yesterday. His smooth skin was electric to the touch. You've seen what I've done. You might feel differently. He lifts my chin with the crook of his finger, forcing our eyes to lock once more. You're not dangerous, Zander. Trust me on that. My heart skips. I feel trapped in the softness of his expression and the lightness of his touch. His eyes are captivating, like cut jewels peeking through long lashes. I don't get to admire them for long. Leander notices some adders watching us. He loudly clears his throat and pulls away. Well, maybe a little dangerous, considering I forget my manners when I'm with you. You sure have a way of capturing my attention. My face flushes. I also clear my throat and rack my brain for a response. Likewise. I feel the same way. And that's why I wanted to talk to you again. Leander's face softens. I wanted to talk to you too. I've been wondering, is it okay that you're spending time with me? Don't you have work to do for the Adderstone or anything? I don't know how this group functions, but he sure likes to spend his time at the Wetwick. Don't worry, there's plenty of work for me to do, but not tonight. Some days are slower than others. You came at the right time. I smile, comforted on the idea of having good luck in my life for once. Sorry, I crashed your little party. I had no idea you all knew each other. Yeah, I had no idea you knew all of them. How'd you manage to meet everyone so quickly? Honestly, I don't know. It's been a whirlwind. I'm a little jealous. Part of me wanted to keep you all to myself. No, you keep women in your basement. No. No. He's yandere. I know he is. No. It's fucking hidden yandere. If they ever add voicing to this game, I will skedaddle my ass to audition if it's an open audition so fucking quick. We were on safety, of course. And everyone might seem nice, but half of them are monsters and the other half of them have their own faults. And you sound like you know them really well. And I do. Probably more than some of them realize. You curious about anyone? I'm happy to tell you what I know. Tell me about Via. Tell me about Via. I really like Via. Tell me about Via. What about Via? So Via. Tell me Via. What do you know about Via? Leander shakes his head slowly, his expression grave. He's a living example of the Cenobium's cruelty. Most days they keep him on a short leash. I'm surprised you met him. I feel bad for him. I didn't even know the Cenobium had prisoners. I feel bad. The Cenobium is an ode to false heroism and unethical practices, but Veer is by no means a model citizen. He's on that leash for the good of the people. You don't want to hear the rumors I heard. Apparently he's done some reprehensible things. But if you hate the Cenobium, do you actually believe that? To love or to hate the Cenobium is one thing, but to take a look at Veer in combat, you'll know he's better off in a cage. Uh-huh. Not even gonna lie though, everyone who we spoke to seemed like high-key a little bit two-faced, because they were all happy and like chummy getting drinks together and like mixing shots and stuff. But like now, deadass, like now Veer's gone, like say he's better off in a cage within earshot of him. Like, for real, Leander, say he's better off in a cage within earshot of him. Say that, okay? Speak that. Speak that. Okay? Min had the decency to be like, okay, this ain't my party. I'm gonna fucking leave. Because Min is like, oh, I don't like these people, so I'm gonna leave, okay? I respect that. You don't like the room, you can leave it, okay? That is fine. I have, like, zero issue with that. In fact, I respect Min more for the fact of going, this ain't my crowd, I'm happy to go, I'm better off on my own with this, right? I respect Min for that, okay? Kuras, again, looked at the room, didn't have anything good to say about the people in there, okay? Left, right? Then, meanwhile, okay? Ace, okay, well, him and Veer are fucking, so obviously, like, they're gonna have slightly glowed up opinions of each other, okay? Because Veer was like, oh yeah, well, he's so big and he's so strong, and damn, I love the way that my stomach deformed, whatever the fuck, right? But like then like fucking like Ice is like, oh, and Veer's so nice and so great and all of that. Like, yeah, sure, okay, fine, whatever. But it's shady as fuck for Leander to serve them drinks and be like, you know, like whatever, right? And to be their friend and to be on it with them and then to say shady shit about them once they're gone. All right? I think that's a little shady on Leander. I think that's a bit of a statement. All right? Putting that out there. I'm just saying. Let's see what he has to say about Ace, but if he's on the same beat with Ace, then I'm going to look at Leander and be like, you're a shady ass hoe. Step the fuck back from me because we can get fucking messy with it. So yeah, that's my hit. So you're friends with Ace? You could say that. We've known each other for a long time. Define long time. 6 years, give or take. He tells me I'm the first decent human he met after coming from the Shroud. It'd just be flattery, though. Flattery? From Ace? Feels like we're talking about two different people. Really? What did you think of him? Bruh, he was a fucking jerk. He was a fucking jerk. I think he's a jerk. I think he was gonna kill me when I first met him. Scared me half to death for no reason. Leander stifles a laugh, eyes twinkling with fondness. Mace does well in Aridia because he knows how to scare people. But don't let it get to you. He's a monster. He's a monster. Don't you think he's a threat? Not in the slightest. I like to think of us as rivals. We keep each other on our toes, you know? Being rivals with a monster doesn't sounds like a death wish. Well, you should keep your distance from him. But me? You'd be surprised how much I can handle.
Okay, so it's just Veer he doesn't like. Alright. Okay, Pookie's a serial killer, right? That's fine. But that's green again. At least he was, like, open about that. I can be like, okay, I can also be like, I really don't fucking like this person, but I'm going to tolerate them because of the fact that they're oomphs with, like, the group. I can appreciate that. Okay. I'm going to level down what I said about him just a tiny bit. Because I can get being like, I fucking hate this person. But, like, we've all got mutual friends. So, you know what? I'm going to tolerate their existence. I get that. That's vibes. Okay? I can feel that. At least he's, like, on it. It's like when you hate your friend's, it's like when you hate your friend's boyfriend. Like, okay, it's cool. You know? Like, that's fair. What do you have to say about Min, though?
Min's interesting. Not very forthcoming, though. I get the feeling they could use a friend. You want to befriend them?
Yeah, I think that'd be cool.
Couldn't hurt to try, right? Unfortunately, they prefer to be alone. What makes you say that? I've known them since they arrived in Aridia. We work well together, but they've turned down every attempt I've made at friendship. Sometimes even paying Min for work can be a struggle. Is Min part of the Adderstone? No, contract only. Though they take jobs more often than some of the Adderstone do. I don't take it personally. And I suggest you don't waste your energy on someone who won't respect your time.
Though he is saying to not try and pursue friendships with any of the other people. That's a little bit yandere, not gonna lie. I'm noticing I am noticing a little bit of a trend where whenever we bring up someone, he's like, oh no, they won't want to be friends with you. Oh no, that's a bad idea to be friends with them. No, well, you're not going to be friends with them. Let's see what he has to say about Kuras. I'm waiting. Maybe I'm picking a little bit. It's like, oh, don't be friends with anyone else. You should just be friends with me. Like, yeah. I believe the yandere. Not even going to lie. This feels like yandere's in disguise.
Kuras seems like a good person, although it's hard to believe anyone's a good person these days. What does your gut tell you?
If we say he's good, he will try and just... My guess is going to be this. I'm going to say he's good. But I'm going to say it specifically because of the fact that I want to see if he tries to dissuade us from pursuing any type of interpersonal relationship with Kuras. Yeah, that's gonna be our experiment. He's good. I think he's good.
I think he means well. It's rare to find someone like that. It's hard to tell. He's definitely keeping some secrets up his sleeve. Everyone has secrets. Everyone has secrets, don't they? Not everyone.
Don't try and tell me you don't have secrets, shady man.
Well, do you think he might be able to cure my curse? Leander starts to speak, then pauses. Kuras is only a doctor. Your situation is a bit more complex, and of the magical variety. Besides, getting his attention requires a miracle all on its own. And even on good days, the 𝓂𝓸𝓾𝓻 rounds the block 3 times over. And by the way, have you kept our little secret? Our secret? He wiggles his fingers at me. Oh, he means my curse. No one knows except you. Leander beams, his bright eyes crinkling at the corners. My heart flutters. I'm relieved to hear that. Let me know if you have some time to talk privately. I've already gathered some relevant information you might be interested in. Really? That was fast. I live to serve. It's barely been a full day. I don't doubt Leander is flooded with connections, but I wonder what he's been able to dig up so soon.
No, give me specifics. Nah. Don't hand me sand and tell me it's gold. What kind of info? What kind of information you got, buddy boy?
And I'll share everything, but not here. There are too many prying ears. If you're not busy, we could go upstairs. It's hard for me to hide my eagerness, or maybe it's desperation at any new knowledge about my curse. My response comes out swiftly. I'm not busy. Leander gets to his feet, accessories jingling with each move. After you. Only after we enter my inn room do I start to overthink the situation. The room is little more than a dark box with a bed in the middle, which I forgot to make. Well, I didn't forget. I just never expected to have guests. Yet here I am, next to Leander, alone.
Leander locks the door behind us.
Peace and quiet. Except for the ongoing buzz of the bar right beneath us, and suspicious thuds from nearby rooms. Leander moves with a familiarity through the space, and with a flick of his fingers, the sconces light up on the wall. He makes spellwork look so effortless. Dim, amber light washes over us. He plops onto the edge of the disheveled bed. I shift awkwardly. There are no chairs, so my only option would be sitting beside him. My heart hitches at the thought. Is something wrong? I shake my head, quickly waving my hands back and forth. No, nothing's wrong. Leander squints his eyes at me. You seem uncomfortable. A long silence later, he clicks his tongue. Shit, I am so inconsiderate. This is your private space now, isn't it? I shouldn't be barging in here like this. No, that's not... I'm sorry, Zander. You've been through so much the past couple of days. We can talk about this tomorrow. You should rest.
No. Wait. Wait, no. Where's the... Deadass. He came here, said he had information that we needed to come in private, comes into our room, says we're uncomfortable, and then he gets to leave without giving us the information. Come on. I know some people were saying I was being too hard on him in chat. Come on. This guy is hitting the Dharma playbook. My God.
Panic wells in my chest. After everything he's done, I can't shut him out. What if there's no tomorrow? When he moves to stand, I rush forward without thinking. I plant my hands firmly on his shoulder and reseat him on the bed. I'm above him now, staring down into his wide green eyes, with barely a breadth of air between us. I didn't think this far ahead. I didn't think at all. Instead, I force out the only words on my mind. Don't leave. Please. Zander. You're afraid. My fingers tremble. I'm about to pull away when Leander catches both my wrists in his hands.
No.
He guides my hand back to his broad shoulder, his palms resting firmly against him. My palms resting firmly against him. I won't leave you, Zander. Tears sting at the back of my eyes. I want so badly to believe those words. I try to muster as much strength as possible, so my voice isn't a croak. Do you promise? I promise. What if I'm paranoid about you being nice to me? Then I'll keep being nice until you get used to it. I won't leave you, and you won't leave me. His thumbs draw circles on the inside of my wrist, grounding me. You have something I've never seen before. Your curse is strong, yet you're stronger. The way you're able to contain it. It's fascinating, and well, it's a little embarrassing. His voice lowers to a whisper. But I haven't been able to stop thinking about you. I stare at him blankly, my brain refusing to process the words. What did you say? What? Who said that? Nothing. I mean, no one. I just forget I said anything. I mean, I didn't say anything. Am I dreaming? This feels like a dream. The air is dizzyingly hot, and I'm trying to keep up with what's happening, but Leander continues anyway. I may be getting carried away with this. It's not every day I find someone that truly challenges me. But I'll do everything on your terms, at your own pace. Anything you want, Zander. My chest feels like it's about to burst. Is this man going to be the death of me? Oh! I mean... I can't deny what I want. And it must be so obvious to Leander too. But instead of having a modicum of restraint, I blurted out. I want to touch your face. You're more forward than I thought. Is that okay? He slides his hand from my wrists to my palms and gently brings them down between us. It's better than okay. My lips quirk into a relieved smile. Hurry up then. Your wish is my command. He begins unwinding the bandages, occasionally to glance at me. I don't take my eyes off him. When my hands are free, I start small, carefully grazing the edge of his jaw with the pads of my fingers. I feel it clench beneath my touch, as if Leander's trying his best to hold still. Emboldened, I cup his cheeks, letting the warmth spread beneath my fingertips. Well, are you enjoying yourself? My thumb moves over the ridge of the scar on his cheek, and he shudders, his earring jingling against my knuckles. That tickles. Yes, I'm enjoying myself. Maybe too much. I feel like my body moves on its own, spurred by desire and nothing else. I swipe my thumb down, brushing lightly over Leander's lower lip. Something flashes in his eyes, something scaldingly hot. He lowers his voice to a husky whisper. What else do you want? Why is he even asking? He knows the answer. I've never touched someone like this before, and even though it makes my head spin, it's not enough. I want more. I want more too. My thoughts scatter. We're already here, alone in this dark room, on the edge of the bed. I could easily push him down into the sheets, get on top of him, and... A sharp gasp escapes me. I quickly pull away. I can't let this get out of hand. You alright? I can barely hear him over my thundering heartbeat. I nod, clumsily wrapping my hands with the bandages. Yeah, fine. I'm sorry. I think I'm getting a little overwhelmed. He gives me a faint smile. That's cute. Luckily, we're already in your room. I'll get out of here and let you get some rest. I let out a breathless laugh that Leander rises and tugs back his gloves on. Thanks, Leander. For everything. He gives me one last sweet smile, accompanied by a wink. Good night, Zander. Good night. Long after he departs, I feel the warmth of his skin on mine, burning through the bandages. I'm going to have a hard time sleeping tonight. A feeling nags at the back of my drowsy mind. I'm forgetting something really important. He never gave us the information. Wait, didn't Leander say he had some information for me?
Yeah, there's the manipulation. There's the manipulation. See, it turned romantic before we could... Yeah. Yeah, that's how he's playing us. That's how Leander plays us. That's how he does it. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, he's moving far. He's love bombing us. Man's love bombing us. All right, but with that is all 5 of the non-death endings of the current Touchstarved demo, Touchstarved 2.0. So, let's head back on over to the Zatsu room, shall we? Come on, let's get over here. Let's get over here. Come along. All right, here we go. Here we go. Welcome back, everyone. Come on in. Welcome, welcome. All right, that is the end of us doing some Touchstarved. I do hope you all enjoyed. That was a wild time. We love a bit of Touchstarved in this house, right? We love a bit of Touchstarved. It's yaoi-ful. We love it. And Sadie Septillion, thank you very, very much for the 2 months. Cheers. This might be one of my favorite streams you've ever done. I love your voice acting, reactions, and thoughts about the story/characters. Why, thank you. I really love getting to do these streams. They're some of my absolute favorite. I love getting to voice act stuff as well. It's one of my big passions. So getting to kind of partake in all of this is something I really, really enjoy. So it's kind of just a big win-win-win for me, especially when I get to kind of sit and vibe and just have some fun as I do all of this. So I hope that you all enjoyed this a lot. I will be back on Tuesday with our regular coffee date, so I will see you all then. This has been an absolutely wonderful week. I have adored getting to do my 2.0. It has just been incredible. Of course, I have just had a fucking wonderful time. So I hope that you all stick with me and, of course, continue to indulge in a little bit of chaos here and there. So hell yeah. So with that, I'm going to go raid you on over to Uncle Fu and go give you the Folga for a bit. So give him my love. And he's currently playing a fan game. So I hope that I will see you. I hope that you all go there, have some fun. But I will see you all on Tuesday for our regular coffee date. I might squeeze in a game in the evening, but if not, then we're still going to be going at it pretty hard during next week. So we'll see. But I've been Zander Netherbrand. You have been my dear sweet Netherlings. And until the next, I will see you all far, far sooner than you think. See you in your dreams, my sweet mortals. Mwah. Sleep tight.